ready for the opener. And there they go, and one of them decided not to come out of the starting gate, and it's the even money favorite, Quiet Horizon. Easy Toll's making the pace, and Bonfire Diva is not sent for that speed, so it's Easy Toll is going to stack them up behind her. In the second spot is Pal's Ally. Iova's in the clear from the outside, and they're going to Bonfire Diva, and the even money favorite, now 6-5 favorite, Quiet Horizon, made a mess of the start, and she's the distant trailer. So with the lead, Easy Toll, and Pal's Ally is going to apply a little pressure from her outside. In third is Iova. Bonfire Diva, despite an inside post and past speed in the recent races, decides not to go, and she's 4 lengths from the front, and it's about 10 lengths to Quiet Horizon. 25-3, so they walk along up front. Easy Toll and Pal's Ally, 50 2/5. Iova third, covering Bonfire Diva, and at the back, Quiet Horizon. Easy Toll and Pal's Ally. Bonfire Diva trying to show a new dimension and win from off the pace. Iova's right there, and Quiet Horizon with a ton of work to do. Pal's Ally got the best trip, flanking Easy Toll throughout. The pace was soft, full advantage with Pal's Ally, but here comes Iova to the outside being pushed on. Pal's Ally confidently handled. Pal's Ally, Iova to the outside, then Bonfire Diva, Easy Toll, and Quiet Horizon. Pal's Ally at the 3/16. Iova calling upon all that past class, trying to come and get her inside the final furlong. Here's Iova putting her nose in front, now putting her head in front, putting her neck in front. Iova's on her way to the winner's circle in our Tuesday opener. Pal's Ally second, then Bonfire Diva, Quiet Horizon, and Easy Toll. Alara, 9-5 early, pick 3 time. And there they go. Dawn's Last Call hopped at the start. Alara, Frankie C. Here's Naughty Pumpkin joining the fray from the outside. Sarah's Pride is showing a little bit of pace from the extreme outside. Then Indian Penny and Dawn's Last Call, after a slight hop at the start, is the last of 6. Frankie C., Naughty Pumpkin, Sarah's Pride joins the leader line from the outside, and she's advancing. So here's Sarah's Pride joining the leaders, and Sarah's Pride will pick it up. From the inside, Frankie C., Naughty Pumpkin forwardly positioned. A beautiful trip for Alara this afternoon, isolated in fourth, more than 3 off the lead. It's a break of more than 4 lengths to Dawn's Last Call and Indian Penny. At the 5-8, Sarah's Pride all the way up to the front from Frankie C. Naughty Pumpkin is third. Alara makes a move for that spot, advancing. Dawn's Last Call is 6 lengths from the pace, and she's a length in front of Indian Penny. 25-4, 51-2, Sarah's Pride and Frankie C. Alara's been getting a nice trip from third, and here's Dawn's Last Call following after her, and then Indian Penny. They race to the 3/8. Frankie C. comes away with the lead. Sarah's Pride's all done. Here's Alara and Dawn's Last Call. Indian Penny gets within 5 midway through the turn. Frankie C., Alara, Dawn's Last Call. Alara's making her move, and here's her stablemate Indian Penny progressing nicely to the outside. Still got to come and get Frankie C. She was up close to this off pace. Frankie C. and Alara 1-2. Dawn's Last Call's going nowhere. Indian Penny's into third. Frankie C. Alara's trying to wear her down. Frankie C. and Alara at the 16th. Frankie C. Alara to the outside. Will it be today for Alara? Here she is. Alara. Frankie C. right back at her. Holy Toledo, got pretty tight on. Third race will begin the pick 6. Scratch 5, Miss Haley. No carryover this afternoon. $1 minimum wager. Traditional style pick 6. Some changes. Race 5, scratch. And there they go. Mommy Joe Dreams is showing speed with Who Asked You and Special Pal. Admire My Crown behind the 3 leaders, and Joey Big Nose cutting back in distance is the early trailer. Who Asked You in special. Pal, Mommy Joe Dreams is setting up shop from third from the outside. Admire My Crown's a little less than 2.5 off the pace, and it's a long ways back to Joey Big Nose. But they're going quick up front, 22 1/5. Who Asked You in special, Pal. Here comes Admire My Crown, progressing beautifully along the inside. And she just showed in that maiden special weight victory, she's not afraid of punching on through and opening along the inside. And here is Admire My Crown up to the front. Special Pal is second. Who Asked You's back to third. Then Mommy Joe Dreams and Joey Big Nose. Admire My Crown at the 3/16. And she has opened up better than 2.5. Mommy Joe Dreams now picking up her stride to the outside, joining Special Pal for second. Admire My Crown, another professional victory for her. Admire My Crown in front. Special Pal second, Mommy Joe Dreams third. Who Asked You fourth for the Super. The double 1-4, $22. A 4-3 exacta, $17.40. 4-3-6 trifecta, $8.95. 10-cent Super, 4-3-6-2. And there they go. From the inside, Lalima's quickly away with Coffee Futures, and Cat Glass's Kathy, and Sabrine's up close from the fourth spot. Here's a Dabble-Do in the fifth position. She's not bluffing from her inside, and Girl of Toscanova had a little trouble out of the gate. She's the last of all. Lalima and Cat Glass's Kathy are 1-2. Ilmar Loiza 1-2 through the early stages. Look at the trip for Sabrine, moving into contention outside of Coffee Futures. Here's a Dabble-Do following in the footsteps of Sabrine. Sabrine's third, a Dabble-Do taking over the fourth spot. Then She's Not Bluffing, and Girl of Toscanova's the last of all, and Lalima keeps on going with her lead from Cat Glass's Kathy. Sabrine is third, and now she's getting closer with her wide charge. And a Dabble-Do is just waiting for the final quarter of a mile. Can she come with her good run outside of Coffee Futures? So they're in the lane, and Lalima turned out to be the pace of the race, and she has kicked clear. Sabrine's chasing her. A Dabble-Do not doing enough. Coffee Futures up the inside. Lalima was the quickest early. Here's Sabrine, the quickest late with Coffee Futures, but the advantage is with Lalima. Lalima is the winner. From Sabrine, how about Coffee? 163, $184.50. 10-cent Super, 163, $94.40. The early pick 3, 1-4, $183. And there they go in the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. Cruising for Chaos comes away in last. A good start for Benji Brown, bounding away from the gate. Love That Bird is showing good pace, and here comes Ranger Blue making a bid for third inside of Cable Ready. One with Everything is second last, and Cruising for Chaos, the favorite, is the last of all, and he has a lot of work to do. He's a good 8 or 9 already off the pace. Love That Bird joins Benji Brown for the top spot, and they have almost 3 lengths on Cable Ready and Ranger Blue. It's a break of about 6 lengths to Cruising for Chaos. Now picking up his stride, 23 seconds. The opening quarter is not going to do him any favors. At the tail is One with Everything. Benji Brown has the lead through the turn. Love That Bird is second. And Cable Ready, the maiden, is getting closer from third. Ranger Blue tries to close in from the fourth spot. Cruising for Chaos now picking up his best stride, guided to the extreme outside. Benji Brown's the one to come and catch in the Tin Cup Chalice. Cable Ready, Ranger Blue, Love That Bird all pursue. Here's Cable Ready trying to make a big splash. Cable Ready gets the lead at the 16th. Ranger Blue makes his bid along the inside, but it's Cable Ready, a maiden no more. Cable Ready wins the Tin Cup Chalice. Ranger Blue was 6-1 exacta, $53.50. 613 trifecta, $63.75. 10-cent Super, 6135, $31.35. And there they go. Noah's Destiny is showing speed. Superb Surprise quickly away from the top shelf. 30 Oysters is into third. Then Matt Doyle, Aerodromos, Kobe's Legacy. Thundering March behind them. Hutch from the rail. Farther out, MCRR. The last two are BC Glory Days and Dancing with Jake. It's Superb Surprise, a narrow lead from the outside to the two-path, covering 30 Oysters. They build up nearly 4 lengths. Noah's Destiny third, then Kobe's Legacy. Here's Aerodromos putting in a nice bid to the far outside. Matt Doyle quickens with him. Hutch has about 6 lengths to gain ground on the leader, and he is closing in steadily. Gets away from MCRR. Thundering March picking up his best stride. Then BC Glory Days and Dancing with Jake's at the back. And Superb Surprise is the one to step up to in the final quarter of a mile. And after him, 30 Dromos and MCRR and Hutch. And it's a frantic finish. After the unfortunate $40.50, the exacta $2,391, the trifecta $3,116.25, the superfecta 4 at the post. And there they go. Swift start, investment grade. Bayou Melody fires into second. Ouch, that hurts. Forwardly positioned from the inside. Then Make a Joyful Noise. And to her flank races Betty Smile, and farther out is Treat Her Like a Star. Sweet Invasion, Coup de Parte, Kateri Empire, and Jokers runs at the back. A pretty compact group. Ouch, that hurt up to the front from Bayou Melody. Investment grades pushing 3 wide. Betty Smile is pressing 4 deep. Treat Her Like a Star's 5 wide heading into the turn. Make a Joyful Noise has 4 lengths to make up. Kateri Empire 5 lengths from the pace. 3 clear of Sweet Invasion. Jokers runs a length behind her. Coup de Parte's at the back. Here's Bayou Melody to tackle. Ouch, that hurt. Betty Smiles into third, but she's under a drive and she's not keeping in touch. And to her outside, Treat Her Like a Star. Kateri Empire stuck out there in no man's land. Make a Joyful Noise gets a favorable inside trip, and she's going to tip away from the inside for the final 3/16. But it's Ouch That Hurt who has got to the front and kicked clear. Bayou Melody still holding second. And they're going to Treat Her Like a Star, Sweet Invasion, and Make a Joyful Noise. But here's another one for Paul Barrow. Ouch That Hurt in front. Bayou Melody second, Make a Joyful Noise third, and fourth place goes to Sweet Invasion for the $48, $235 trifecta, $43.37, the 10-cent super 2354, $39.20. Here in the nightcap at Finger Lakes. And there they go. Smoking Alone, Margarita Sunrise, Miami Chrome, Production Credit, Magnificent Chrome, Massey Hall. These all 6 of these show speed. Margarita Sunrise is the quickest. Her special story from the rail, Anything Possible, is second last, and Wapiti Way is the last of all. Margarita Sunrise almost a length to Smokin' Alone. Production Credits up close from the rail. Magnificent Chrome with a wide charge. Massey Hall with the Blue Silks. He's only 2.5 off the lead at the 3/8, and he's threading his way into contention. And here comes Miami Chrome with a big run from the far outside. Look at him covering more ground than a jockey agent. And here's Miami Chrome with this circling move to the far outside. Massey Hall and Miami Chrome from the rail. Production Credit. And following him, a special story. Production Credit. Miami Chrome had to cover a ton of ground. Massey Hall with the Blue Silks. Smokin' Alone fights on. Production Credit. Miami Chrome continues with his run. Smokin' Alone trying to get us that pick 5 carryover. Production Credit. Smokin' Alone. Miami Chrome. Who's going to win the nightcap? Production Credit. Production Credit. 4 finishers. That 2-2 late double, $30.40. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Pleasant good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Wednesday opener in about 43 minutes at 12:15. 8 races, fast racetrack. And we do have a one-day pick six carryover, a little shy of $900. That will start in race 3. Our pick six is a dollar minimum wager, traditional style pick six. I'm your track announcer, Tony Kalo. And let's open up our programs. Here are the changes. In the opener, scratch number 4, Sugar and Spites. For Sugar and Spite, scratched from the Wednesday opener. As always, the opener will begin the early double and the early pick 4. Second race will commence the early pick 3. No changes in race 2. Second race is clear of change. Third race will start our pick 6. There's that carryover, $894. Got to start somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. In the third, scratch 3, Unflappable Max. 3 Unflappable Max scratched from the third. Ownership line on the 2, just flip-flop the ownership line. Keith Dickstein before Peekaboo Stable. On to the fourth. The Wednesday pick 5 gets underway in race 4. A couple of scratches all the way to the bottom. The bottom 2, 7 and 8. Kierkegaard and Wahil, 7 and 8, both scratched from the 4th. Late pick 4 starts in race 5. 1 and 2 both scratched. Small Pebbles and Trivia. 1 Small Pebbles, 2 Trivia, both scratched from the 5th. 7 PJ's Rider, 2 pounds over. Race 6 will start our late pick 3. 7 This Cat Can Fly, 2 pounds over the weight. 7th race begins the late daily double. No changes in the 7th. The 7th is clear of change. Let's go to the Wednesday nightcap. And a couple of scratches. Inside and outside, the 1 Pretty Miss Keens and the 11 The Fabulous Moolah. 1 Pretty Miss Keens and 11 The Fabulous Moolah, both scratched from the Wednesday nightcap. 8 races, fast racetrack. We start today at 12:15. Have a great Wednesday. Up next, Dematize.
Okay, welcome again to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Had some technical difficulties, so I took care of that, and we're ready to roll with this 8-race card. It's the last day of the race week and the coldest day of the race week. Some of those horses like the colder weather, though. Yesterday, great day for Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro. Great people. Good to see them win the stakes race. Cable Ready, after a couple of route races, turns back in distance and wins the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes under Naz Alvarado. Congratulations to the connections, obviously Linda Dixon and Hector. Hector is the best. He's the best horseman, and that's well known here at Finger Lakes, and you see it with these young horses. And here's one of the facts about that is Linda Dixon, great with young horses. All 3 of her stakes wins, and it's happened in the last few years, have been with 2-year-olds. She's won the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes twice, and now she won the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes. So congratulations to them. Remember, we got 12:15 first post for the rest of the meet. We only got 2 more weeks after today. That's only 6 racing days. Chance to make some money before the end of the meet. We got another great race. We're done with the stakes season with the Tin Cup Chalice Stakes, but Tuesday coming up, you got some of the top fillies and mares on the grounds doing battle. 'Cause You're Pretty, Gone and Forgotten, and Take Charge Christie. Man, that's a heavyweight fight for the females. That should be a real good one. Looking forward to that race on Tuesday. Probably as good as any of the stakes races this year. Good way to finish out. Okay, first race. Maiden fillies and mares going 6 furlongs. First race starts the early pick 4. Scratch the 4, Sugar and Spites. Guess the horse hasn't waited long enough to get back to the races, so we'll scratch again. Didn't know what to do with that horse, so I wasn't using that horse because it was off so long. But I'm going to go with Glory Bound Clara as my top choice in race number 1. Whitlasting Speed adds blinkers. I do think that Scherzer may show a little more speed than what she did in her first start over the track, and that's the key here. Because if Scherzer doesn't show that speed, Whitlasting Speed might be good. Now, Whitlasting Speed might be questionable at 6 furlongs. Hard to say. It's still a maiden, so it won at any distance. But that could be the key. Does Scherzer keep Whitlasting Speed honest early? And that might help the chances of Glory Bound Clara, who's got to come from a little bit out of it. She's knocking at the door with 2 straight second-place finishes. And I thought that last race was a good one. That she comes out of. And she did finish ahead of Whitlasting Speed going 6 furlongs when they met earlier this month. So I'm going to go with Glory Bound Clara on top. Whitlasting Speed adds blinkers. See if that works out. She started off her career with blinkers, and she's actually been in better form since taking them off, but maybe there's other variables that the blinkers back on can help her. So Michael probably was pretty sharp, so maybe this is the move that could get her to the winner's circle. If she could get clear of Scherzer, relax, she's obviously dangerous in here, then she would be the main speed. And Scherzer is a horse that I thought might run better second race over the track. And you got to think about it. I mean, it was a tougher race. But, I mean, Glory Bound Clara was in there. Ruby's Mission proved to be best, but the pace was hot. And they went quick early. Whitlasting Speed was the one who set that first quarter 22, actually slowed it down to the half. But the race did fall apart. Scherzer kind of was up in that second line, was running third the whole race, right behind Whitlasting Speed. Maybe shows a little more speed and a little sharper second race over the track. And I could see this horse running a little bit better and be a factor in race number 1. So I'm going to go with the 5-2-3 in the opener. Second race of 5,000 maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs. Tricky race, no real standouts. I think you can kind of throw out a couple of them as far as win threats in race number 2. But I'm kind of looking at it from a standpoint of who's run well against better competition or a little bit better than this race. And the horse I came up with was Rose in the Sky, who comes off a good second place finish for 5,000. Did have a weight advantage, but you're going to get an improved rider with Jackie Davis aboard, and that might be what this horse needs. And she's got tactical speed. She was unable to get near the lead last time. You got to think that maybe Queen of Tuscanova, the firster, might have speed from the rail. It's not a strong field. That Rose in the Sky might just need a repeater of her last effort going 6 furlongs and might even get the front in here if Queen of Tuscanova, the firster, doesn't flash early speed in her debut. So I'm going to go with Rose in the Sky as my top choice, the possible speed, but still in pretty good form. And, the price is okay. I mean, she's a second choice morning line, and she's got to be one of the major threats. So the Two Noble Lady, obviously on breeding, this horse is better than these horses, but the problem is sometimes that's a negative when you're talking about young horses running for 5,000 when you got a horse by Hard Spun out of a stakes winner running in a 5,000 maiden. That's not necessarily the most positive thing, but she does drop out of the 11-9, and she wasn't that badly beaten by Ruler the Night, who just kind of got loose. There was no speed in that race. So she's got a lot of room to improve. She was off a layoff since April when she ran that race. She's dropping to 5 and has got all that breeding. She'd be no surprise. The one Queen of Tuscanova has scratched a couple times before finally making her first start here for 5,000. Again, there's not the most positive signs there. There's the first fall out of the dam. The dam's a half to Dr. Shane, who won the New York Breeders' Futurity, obviously as a 2-year-old. So this one's got credentials and doesn't have to be much against this field, but evidently kind of ran evenly last time. She's got some room to improve too. I mean, she had horrible form. It just shows how much the easier competition means. This horse was you couldn't find this horse with a telescope the previous few starts, and then all of a sudden she runs third, responding to the drop. Can she move forward from that race? If she does, she could very much be a factor, maybe even a winner of race number 2. Tricky race, 3-2-1-6. I'm going to go in race number 2. Third race, we scratched the 3 Unflappable Maxon. Let's face it, Cut the Cord, just been facing tougher competition than what he'll face here. Comes back to Finger Lakes after running at the Belmont at Aqueduct meet. Last time he was here, beat a pretty good field of 3 lifetime allowance horses. Had been in that 3 lifetime couple starts before here at Finger Lakes. I just think the horse has improved since we first saw him early in his career. And he's got 3 wins in 5 starts here at his home track. Let's face it, that double-digit loss, that's better competition that he was up against. Plus it was an off-the-turf event. I would expect this horse to run well on turf. He only ran once on the turf. That was last July. I think he's got a little bit of a class edge on these rivals. But I do give the Institute a big chance here if he can handle the distance. A lot of seconds lately for the Institute. He is getting beat by some good horses, though. And last time, he did have kind of an excuse against Trot Lad. He had a lot of momentum. But if you watch the race, when he's on the turn, if he would have stayed inside and saved ground, he might have been able to tip out, make that race a lot closer at the wire. But what happened was he made that move on the inside and then ended up kind of altering out around the horse that he was passing, and it kind of affected him a couple lengths, I thought. Probably wasn't going to beat Trot Lad anyway, but would have been closer. I'm just saying, I don't think the horse is hanging as bad as it looks like he is with all the seconds and thirds. I think he's just a good horse that's running against some good competition. And maybe the stretch out is what this horse needs. He's never been long in his career, and now you're getting stretched out for the first time by the best stretch out trainer at the track, Michael S. Ferraro. Even shows 32% on the stretch out. It seems like he is better than that over the years. A big Tomlinson for the distance, too, for the Institute of a 373. And looking at the breeding, the Dam was a Grade 1 winner in the sprint. The Dam was a half to Bamey. Of course, if you remember that one ran here, was probably better going short, too. So at least on the Dam side, it doesn't really show the route. But I think on the Sire side, this horse can go the extra distance and maybe pulls off the minor. I don't even think it's an upset. I think they're going to bet both of these horses. And they look like the main 2 rivals. Although Royal Suspect having a good year, maybe not quite facing the level of Cut the Cord in the Institute, but running well. especially in that starter condition, had owned the starter condition going long earlier this year with 3 straight wins and still running well with a couple seconds. Again, the race came up a little tougher with the presence of Cut the Core and the Institute, but can't really take anything away from Royal Suspect with a season that he's having for Nerco Huertas. I'm going to go the 5-6-4 in the third. Okay, fourth race, scratch the 7. Kierkegaard, scratch the 8. Wahil. Yeah, I'm not gonna go on a big limb on this race. I mean, the horse is probably going to be 1-9, but yeah, Jack and Bernie just simply lays over the field with the races that he's been running. I mean, he was just dominant in his first 3 races. And let's face it, he might have even won the stakes race, but he got compromised by the slow start. Then he's chasing wide. What are you going to do? I mean, he was just out of it after that. Off track as well. Everything went wrong for Jack and Bernie in that stakes race. Now he goes from that stakes race against Flying Emperor and Allure of Money and Ladies Golden Guide to this allowance 1 state bred. That's almost, I mean, you talk about a big drop. That's like dropping from a 4 lifetime allowance to a 5,000 claimer. That's the difference in competition in this race. And yeah, I mean, let's face it, anything can happen in racing, but this horse looks awfully tough to go against in race number 4. And, you know, people looking for value, don't blame me for taking a shot against, but on paper, it just doesn't make sense to take a shot against. The 5, Flowing River, would be the main threat. The problem is his running style is the same as Jack and Bernie in a sense that he's going to want to get out there. They raced against each other, and he's not even as fast as Jack and Bernie. He may just do the same thing he did in that race back in September, kind of chasing or trying to press the horse and hold on to the second place position. He may even try to follow the leader and then try to make a run at him late. In a tough position is Flowing River, but class-wise and talent-wise, he's obviously the next best. It's just his running style going 6 furlongs. If he tries too hard to challenge Jack and Bernie, he may find himself out of the exacta, maybe even out of the try. But you're trying to win the race, so and that's the price that you'll pay. But let's say if Jack and Bernie's not in the race, who would you like in here? Yeah, I mean, Flowing River would be a heavy favorite against the rest of them. Kind of how you got to look at it. It's just, can that exacta come in that way, depending on how much Flowing River tries to challenge Jack and Bernie early. The 1, Beach Boy Al, I think his running style is going to help him here. Comes off a sharp effort against claimers. His best lifetime buyer was actually that race, so he put it together. Maybe it helped that it was an easy field, but he did put it together with a good time and a good number. Is he improved enough to challenge these horses? Yeah, the rest of them. I don't know about Jack and Bernie, though. The 2, Noble Journey, yeah, he's won. This horse has won 3 in a row. But like I said, he's not beating Jack and Bernie. A couple of those races, he's getting some nice trips under John Davila and Jose Rojina. Yeah, this is a different ball game here for Noble Journey, so I'm going to throw him in for 4th. And you know, the horse has won 3 in a row for Chris Engelhart, and he seems outclassed and overmatched in this race. Wow. Of course, you can never leave them out. 5th race, we scratch, big scratch of the 1, Small Pebbles, and scratch the 2, Trivia. You're down to 5 betting interests, and yeah, I mean, Simius Check could probably be the favorite, but, you know, what about Towering Gaze's last race? Where did that come from? That was a huge effort by Towering Gaze. If Towering Gaze can repeat the effort that this horse had the last time we saw her, she'll win. It's that simple. Now, there's not a lot of speed in here with the scratch of Small Pebbles. It's just Stimulus Check and PJ's Rider are the 2 speeds, and if they decide they don't want to go fast early, it may compromise the chances of Towering Gaze. But off of her last race, that's a race, and she was 19-1 that day. Man, now you got a shorter field, and it's basically the same type of horses as the field that she just beat. It's not any tougher in this state-bred condition. That makes her to be tough. I mean, she's 5-1 before the scratches. She's still, Stimulus Check, probably be the favorite. Maybe you'll get a little value on her. Figure those are the 2 they're going to bet anyway, is Stimulus Check and Towering Gaze. but that was a big effort last time. I'm going to go with her on top. Stimulus Check, logical horse, but she's just not getting it done. That's the problem with Stimulus Check. Now, if PJ Ryder's not in the race and the scratch of Small Pebbles, then you got to love Stimulus Check. She can go to the lead and win. Now, she does come out of a couple tough races with Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me in her last start. But, yeah, I mean, she had no impact in a sense. I mean, she was wide kind of chasing. I guess she's going to be with the pace today. But, again, she's more of a second and third horse in a lot of races, but this might be a field that she could beat just by default if Towering Gaze doesn't repeat her last effort. She's the other one. And Ramon, well, one thing you notice, maybe she can get a better trip today with a smaller field. I mean, she can sit back and make a run, and she always does. And Jackie Davis fits this horse well. She always makes a run. She should be tough to hit the board. I don't know if she's quite as good as Towering Gaze's Stimulus Check, but I think that she can at least hang around and be in the number. 4-5-3. Sixth race, an 11-9 claimer, non-winners of races to date, or never won for condition. Yeah, I mean, convertible freeze. I mean, there's two things to keep in mind on that last race. Number one, the horse was off a layoff of 11 months and still ran a third, beaten by Noble Journey, who has won 3 in a row. The other part of that is it's a sprint. And this horse, all 3 of his career wins have been going long. And then add another thing to the mix, broke badly in that race, but won anyway. So this horse is sitting on a win. I think this is the type of field he could beat. It's a good field, though, for the 11-9 level. And there's always the question mark of, do they need a route coming off that long layoff? Sometimes you can put 2 sprints together, but a sprint and a route coming off a layoff, maybe you're still not quite to 100% sharpness. But the fact that this horse ran as well as he did in that sprint race off of that long layoff makes me think that this horse is going to run well in today's route. So I got the 1 convertible freeze on top. Got the horse Reiner, who would normally be ineligible for this condition. Maybe they changed the rules of these conditions. That Reiner's still eligible despite winning 4 races. Well, of course, they're at the 5,000 level. I guess we're changing that they don't count in the eligibility. But ran good second last time, and the horse was in the slop last time. So was it the off track, or did this horse just improve off the previous race? Good race no matter what. He's got consistent numbers in the last 4 races. How do you leave Reiner out of the top 3 or 4 here? The 6 is an interesting one. Sight Unseen at odds of 10-1. This horse, one of the positives I got on him is he was on the bad part of the racetrack last time, as the inside was not playing very well on October 9th. Now he's chasing in there against Co-Conspirator and Leo and Royal, a pretty good field that he was up against in the 1 state bred. Again, he got beat pretty badly, but he's also hitting that inside, which was a little deeper that day. So his previous start was a victory against the 11-9 3 lifetimes, and it was a decent field that he beat that day, including Interstate, who's in there. And keep in mind, he beat Interstate, and Interstate is lower odds than Sight Unseen. So you're getting value with Sight Unseen, who's at odds of 10-1 morning line. And speaking of value, to get into your try or super, 20-1 on Octaliber. I mean, I know the horse hasn't shown much since winning back in August, winning the 1 state bred, but he drops to a claimer. I guess the one negative would be the horse was entered for 5,000 last week or the week before, and now scratched out of there is in for 11-9. And you know what? I think that 5,000 race was tougher that he scratched out of, because Uno was in there, a big drop down that won for fun. He wasn't going to win that race anyway. I think he's got a better shot at this 11-9 than he did at the 5,000 that he scratched out of, and he's 20-1 morning line. I'll throw him in the super. 1-5-6-3 in the 6. In the 7th race, we got an optional claiming allowance, 10,000. This for fillies and mares, never won 2 state bred, or in for the optional claiming price of 10,000, goes the distance of 6 furlongs. Now, there's some speed to contend with in this race. Obviously, you got Fast Fran. Horses won 3 in a row. Another one, kind of like the Engelhardt horse earlier, won 3 in a row, and I don't have the horse in the top 3. Well, he could prove me wrong, but coming out of the starter into this race with other speed in the race, much different animal for Fast Fran, who just has had things her own way with being lone speed the last 3 starts, and she's better than those starter allowance horses when she's left alone on the front. Not going to happen today. Well, don't think it's going to happen today. Missing Fortune got beat by Saratoga Kisses, a sharp Saratoga Kisses in her last start. She was unable to make the front end and tried to stalk and make a move, but Saratoga Kisses had all the momentum and drew off in that route race. So she turns back in distance. Not the worst thing, because I don't think that she needs the front end. And I think she could sit right off of Fast Fran and Amazing Dottie, at least close up. You don't want to get too far back off of those two. And also maybe behind the couch, that going 6 furlongs, Missing Fortune, and she's the class. She should be tough. She ran second in the Jack Betteby Wright Stakes behind, Venti Valentine. What would that horse do to this field? Yeah, beat him by more than double digits. Missing Fortune was beaten less than double digits, enough to win here. The 5, No Chalk, would be the one to take advantage of all this pace in here and maybe has a shot to win. But here's another one. Of course, that's been the trend lately. Horses that are getting second and third a lot throughout the season are breaking through with victories here. Maybe they like the colder weather late in the year. Seen a couple of them lately. Lorenzen the other day, What's My Category, won a couple weeks ago. There's been a few. Oh, yesterday, Stephen Frett. What a job he did on Alara. Talk about a horse that looked like he was going to be a maiden forever. Man, Frett rode his heart out to get that victory. It's probably the best finishes we had all day. Congratulations, Stephen. But No Chalk is one of those horses that runs tough at this level, or at allowance levels. It just doesn't quite get there. He does drop a notch, or she does drop a notch to the 11 and 9 here, and that might be what she needs. Just a little bit of class relief could get her to the winner's circle, and also the pace scenario could help as well. But again, when you see a horse with a lot more seconds than first, you're a little scared to put him on top, so I put her second. Third choice, I'll use Wait, Don't Tell Me. Yeah, she should be tough. 8-1. 8-1, she's won 2 in a row against allowance, more lifetime condition type races, but she's won 2 in a row, and she won the Niagara Stakes against the 3-year-old fillies earlier this year. Warsaichi's no slouch. And she ran that horse down when Warsaichi was the main speed. That's a good effort. Warsaichi came back to win, was the main speed again, but came back to win the next start. So good effort for Wait, Don't Tell Me. She's got to be used. The 4 Behind the Couch, best of the rest. 3, 5, 2, 4 in race number 7. Last race, scratch the 1, Pretty Miss Keynes. Scratch the outside horse, the 11, the Fabulous Moolah. Yeah, Mind of Gold looks tough in here, and it's just the condition. Fillies and mares have not won a race since the date, since April 1st, or which have never won 4 races. Then you look at the field, other than Throwing Stones, the rest of them are all in for the 4 lifetime. Mind of Gold, a 7-time winner, turning back in distance, running against, not only a 7-time winner, has been running against the 11 and 9s, and when she dropped last time was in a rout. So this will be the first time in a while, 5,000 sprint, and she's in against basically 4 lifetimes. Handicap at 101, she's the horse to beat. Mind of Gold on top. Thin Legs, she's got to mix it up here, it looks like, because you do have some other speed. Throwing Stones, she's not as quick as she used to be, and she's giving it up. It's the only other one that's not in for the 4 lifetime, but she's hard to like with her last 2 races. But Thin Legs did drop. One of the things you say, she's the 4 lifetime part, but she did drop to get the win last time, beating a good field. So there's a question of how good is she, and she would be no surprise if she came right back. But it does look like she's got another pace to contend with. I used the 9 In Traffic to close late on the drop in class. She's 15-1 morning line. Maybe they'd back up enough that she could come rallying late to get the win. She's got to be used at least in supers. And then the 6 riding on a winner. Man, I wouldn't think that she'd be 8-1 after She was bet down to 2-1 back in August. She broke poorly in her last start. She plays, but another one that's like on or near the front type, and the pace scenario doesn't really benefit her, but she's good enough that she should be right there. 5796 in today's finale. Well, those are my picks. This is the last race, or this is the last day of the racing week. We do continue 2 more weeks of live racing after today. We finish up the day before Thanksgiving. We're dark the rest of this week. Our next live racing day will be Monday. Remember, 12:15 first post every day for the rest of the 2023 season.
Coming out of the track for the opener, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, maiden special weight, scratch 4, Sugar and Spites. 4, Sugar and Spite, scratch from the opener. A field of 6 with 5 wagering interest, fast racetrack. Let's get into the post parade. 1, Baby Dreams, Jeremias Flores. Stablemate 1A, Sassy Tallahassee, Joel Zonier. 2 is With Lasting Speed, Rafael Rohina Jr. Second choice at 2-1. The 3 is Scherzer, Emmanuel Di Diego. Scratch the 4. 5 is Glory Bound Clara. Overwhelming selection in the wagering at 3-4 with Jackie Davis. And 6 chosen by Grace, Stephen Frett. That's the group for the Wednesday opener. Post time in a little more than 3 minutes. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. The opener beginning the early double and the early pick 4, 8 races, a fast racetrack. We have a one-day pick 6 carryover starting in race 3, a little shy of $900. That's a $1 minimum wager in our pick 6 traditional style. Field of 6 with 5 wagering interests here in the opener. 5, Glory Bound Clara getting all the love on the board at 3-5. She is my top selection. I believe she is Dave Mattice's top selection. So between myself and Tice and the weight of the public, everybody's on Glory Bound Clara this afternoon. Some good races in her career. 5 races. She's been competitive throughout. Started very promising with that good 3rd place finish in her debut run. Back-to-back 4th place finishes. Looked like a winner at the 8th pole on the 10th of October. Couldn't seal the deal, but still ran well in defeat. Recently made up a little bit of ground, improved her placing, just didn't make up a heck of a lot of ground from a length standpoint from the furlong marker to the wire, but still, she was closing, improving her position and making up a length and a quarter. With Lasting Speed is the pace along the inside. With Lasting Speed is one of the 2 mares in this spot. She has had lots of opportunities with a lead turning for home, and she just has not been able to seal the deal. She will get blinkers on this afternoon. You have to assume she's making the pace. I'm going to assume Scherzer is going to try to stay relatively close to her, that being her second start. Still, even if With Lasting Speed maintains her advantage turning into the lane, I think Glory Bound Clara will have the punch to come and reel her in. At least that's what we're hoping for. Not in love with the price at 4-5 by any means, but I am committed to her as the top selection. What about the 1A, Sassy Tallahassee? You know, you have With Lasting Speed, who has given up leads throughout her career. Scherzer has backpedaled from the top of the lane to the wire in each of her 4 runs. Sassy Tallahassee has proven that she can make up ground in lots and lots of her starts, especially her last few. She made up a length from the 8th pole, or from the quarter pole to the wire, made up 2 lengths from the 8th pole to the wire on that 25th of October affair. Closed very nicely 2 back. Now, granted, both those races were against maiden 11s. In fact, that's where most of her damage has been done this season. But if you dive really deep into the past performances, the second one in the running line on the 26th of June, she makes up significant ground from the quarter pole to the wire. What I'm getting to is that if the race falls apart, Sassy Tallahassee is probably one that should be guaranteed to be running on in the final quarter of a mile. So the way I base a lot of my handicapping, I have always been infatuated with late running sprinters throughout my career. I love horses who run through the wire instead of like begging for the wire, if that makes any sense. And Sassy Tallahassee has that look that she will be closing, at least running through the lane. 3, Scherzer should benefit with a trip over the racetrack. She has enough speed to probably stay relatively close enough to With Lasting Speed. In fact, Scherzer is a little dangerous. Horses improved quite a bit in their second start over this surface, and she looks to be the nearest speed competitor to With Lasting Speed. I could see Scherzer getting a very favorable stalking trip, staying to the flank of With Lasting Speed or perhaps a length back and getting first run on both Sassy Tallahassee and Glory Bound Clara, and at a price of 6-1. She's a little intriguing. And then you get the 2 With Lasting Speed, who is probably the speed of the speed. And she does get the blinkers on this afternoon. And maybe she gets a little more confident as she turns for home. With the blinkers on, she's able to utilize this speed and keep on chugging all the way to the wire. We shall see. The opener, 5, 1A, 3, 2 for me to start this Wednesday card here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. nearing the gate. It's post time for the Wednesday opener. A field of 6-5 wagering interest. 4 fillies, 2 mares with lasting speed and chosen by grace, the 2 mares. The favorite is number 5, Glory Bound Clara at even money. Here's one of the mares with lasting speed. She is the second choice at 5-2. Blinkers on this afternoon. There's Scherzer. The stablemates Baby Dreams and Sassy Tallahassee. And a couple to load, Glory Bound Clara and the other mare chosen by grace for Esky Beach. Big bench, Esky Beach. Chosen by grace to the outside. Even money, Glory Bound Clara ready for the opener. And there they go. With lasting speed, goes to the front. Scherzer's matching her from the outside. Then Glory Bound Clara and Baby Dreams, chosen by grace from the extreme outside. Sassy Tallahassee is the last of all, and there is pace on to chase. With lasting speed with the addition of the blinkers. Scherzer's all over her. They have 5 lengths to Baby Dreams, another 3.5 to Glory Bound Clara, length to Sassy Tallahassee, and chosen by grace is the last of all. Board says 23 seconds for that opening quarter with lasting speed, kept honest by Scherzer. Look at the trip for Baby Dreams. Can she take advantage? She's a little less than 4.5 off the lead. And there's Glory Bound Clara. Look at this run, fans. Glory Bound Clara really picking up her stride from the rail, and she's the one to recognize at the quarter pole with a lot of momentum. With lasting speed, here's Glory Bound Clara, tipped to the far outside. She continues with this good run, makes a little contact with Scherzer. With lasting speed, keeps on going. Glory Bound Clara taking her sweet time to come and get her. Now Sassy Tallahassee has a little late look to her. With lasting speed, keeps on going. Glory Bound Clara going to kind of try to tag her late, and it's tight on the line. Very tight. Maybe Glory Bound Clara. Boy, she looked like a winner at the quarter pole. Stalled a bit at the 8th pole. Did she get up to tag with lasting speed? The opener requiring a photo here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Photo signs up on the board. I would have bet everything I had on Glory Bound Clara right before the quarter pole. Watching this slow-mo, it's a nice job by Jackie Davis to go to the left hand. And there's Glory Bound Clara on the outside. In a photo with lasting speed, 1:14 and 93/100ths the final time. Five, Glory Bound Clara first. Second place, 2 with lasting speed. Third place, 1A, Sassy Tallahassee. Fourth place, number 3, Scherzer. Entering the winner's circle is number 5, Glory Bound Clara, a 3-year-old Gray-Roan filly by Central Banker out of the damn heart of New York, owned by Joseph Abusi and Joseph Riccelli. Winning trainer is the Cowboy, Bill Bartlett. Winning jockey, that girl, Jackie Davis. Glory Bound Clara was bred in New York by her owners. And the opener is official. 5-2, 1A3, top 4 finishers. That exacta 5-2, $12.60. 5-2-1 trifecta, $3.30. And the 10-cent super 5-2, 1-3, 93 cents. Second race is clear of change. It begins the early pick 3. No changes. 20 minutes away at 12:43.
in the paddock for race number 2, and it was interesting as Glory Bound Clara had to catch Whitlasting Speed. Looked like she was going to go by easily, but ended up making it interesting. But she was able to get the job done. Jackie Davis for trainer Bill Bartlett to start things off. Second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going 6 furlongs. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts in here. Tricky race. You got a firster that's getting bet. Obviously doesn't have to be much. You got Rose of the Sky, should flash a little more speed in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed. And you got Noble Lady making her second Finger Lakes start, and she was off a layoff in her prior start. Some things to like about a few of them. Well, Rose of the Sky had a good effort with a second place finish behind My Inner Voice. My Inner Voice would beat these horses, and that's how you got to look at it. Previous starts weren't great, but she's improving with every start. I think another positive was she took a lot of early money last time before going up to 5-1. The My Inner Voice was a heavy favorite by the time they got to post time, but she ran a good race, and the way she hung in there for second was a good effort. If she can be on the front line here, she's got a good chance to win race number 2. Noble Lady, from a breeding standpoint, much better than these horses, as she's by hard spun out of a stakes winning dam. She'll add blinkers for this race, and making her 4th start. 3 of races have been spread out, and that last start obviously probably needed the race too. So, and she drops to 5,000. So there's a lot of angles to like about Noble Lady. She costs $27,000 as a 2-year-old. See if the blinkers help as well. You would think that she's going to improve off that race anyway. Plus, she'll be closer because of the drop. Mentioned the first-time starter, Queen of Tuscanova. She scratched a couple times before she'll finally make it to the races today. Decent works for her first start. This is the first full out of the dam that's a half to Dr. Shane, who won the New York Breeders' Futurity here. Yeah, I don't normally like horses, especially New York bred, starting for 5,000. But again, she doesn't have to be much of that. She gives her a chance to be in the top 3. Probably well spotted. The 6 says Benevolently. She does have some room to improve, although her form was pretty horrible coming in here. She was losing by double digits. I think she just ran her normal race. That's how much easier the 5,000s were. She didn't really have any impact in that race. She just kind of ran evenly. She was wide, but no impact to catch My Inner Voice. She should be close again against these rivals, and with My Inner Voice not in the race, if she improves any, that puts her in the mix as well. So those are the few of the contenders, the main contenders for race number 2. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and pick 3 starts here.
Coming onto the track for today's second race. 7, 3, and 4-year-old fillies, a 6-furlong affair. Maiden claimers 5,000 the level, no changes. Race 2 will commence the early pick 3 a couple of minutes away. Here's the field. 1, Queen of Toscanova, Cabercoa. She's the lone debutante. 2 is Noble Lady, Heeman Harkey. 3, Rose in the Sky, Jackie Davis looking to sweep the early double. 4 is My Little One, Stephen Frett. 5, Princess Riley, Jose Baez. 6, Benevolently, Kevin Navarro. And the 7 is Giant Bottle with Jose Ventura. Couple of minutes until post time. Second race, maiden $5,000 fillies, 3 and 4-year-olds, a field of 7. 6, Benevolently will be my top selection. She is a 3-1. Thought she ran all right on the 25th of October. She was coming back relatively quick. Coming back quick again. The connections, Windy Lee Farm, John Buckley, Kevin Navarro. Anytime they put anything on the racetrack, I give it a second look. And Benevolently was one that I kind of fancied a little bit in her recent start. I figure she should improve. That's her second time for 5. And with an outside post, let's give her a look. Benevolently, the top pick. 3, Rose in the Sky, just finished in front of my top selection. She already had a few races over the surface. If she continues with that recent race, she's definitely a player. Jackie Davis looking to sweep the early double. I think the 6 and the 3 are the 2 to beat. Then you get the 2, Noble Lady, who's dropping in class. She was recently in for $11,000. That was her first start. Had a couple of races at Gulfstream Park, one in a 5-furlong affair, another at a 1.70 mile, both over the Tapeta, the synthetic surface. Wasn't a bad effort. She showed speed against better. Gets blinkers on. The Finger Lakes Hall of Famer John Grabowski, the He-Man, Heeman Harkey, inside post. She should be gunned. She's a contender. 1, Queen of Toscanova is getting a lot of love on the board. She is 2-1. This is her first start. The lone debutante has some decent workouts. Nothing great. I think the mud moves the best. In fact, if you look at both of her, 2 of her quicker workouts were in the mud. If you go all the way back to the 6th of July, boy, that workout really was good, 47-1. So I can see the attraction with the first-time starter. 6-3-2, and let's throw the 1 in for 4th. 6-3-2-1 here in race 2, beginning the early pick 3. Less than 1 minute until post time. It's post time for the second race. Pretty wide open wagering event number 3, Rose in the Sky, 2-1 on the board. 1 Queen of Toscanova, the lone debutante, 5-2, along with the 6 Benevolently. Good tote support number 2, Noble Lady on the class drop at 3-1. So 4 fillies getting support, the other 3 not so much. And here is one of the other 3, My Little One. Princess Riley. Her stablemate Alara broke through yesterday, a long-time maiden. Let's see if Princess Riley can follow in her footsteps. There's Benevolently. And then Giant Bottle at a huge price to the outside. Early pick 3 time. And there they go. Slow start. Princess Riley. Rose in the Sky shows pace with My Little One. Also up close, Benevolently. From the inside is Noble Lady. Princess Riley with a quick recovery into the 5th spot. Then it is Queen of Toscanova. The lone debutante is a little less than 5 off the pace, and she's about 6 or 7. In front of big long shot, Giant Bottle. Up the inside comes Noble Lady. And also there from between gals is Rose in the Sky. Benevolently is taking over 3rd from the outside with a clear trip, and here she comes with her run. And following after her is Princess Riley, My Little One, still in the 4th spot. Queen of Toscanova's got to giddy up from there. She's a little less than 6.5 off the lead midway through the turn. Nothing from Giant Bottle. Benevolently's been getting a perfect outside stalking trip, and she is making her move after Rose in the Sky and Noble Lady. Benevolently to the far outside with momentum. She joins the leader line. Rose in the Sky still has a little fight, but she's under pressure, and Benevolently's in hand in the center of the racetrack. Benevolently has come away with the lead, and she's front and center past the 16th, and she's going to the winner's circle. Benevolently in front. Rose in the Sky was second. And then we go to Noble Lady, and there's Queen of Toscanova running on late for 4th to complete the superfecta. $1.16 and 13 100ths. And outside, a stalking trip, number 6, Benevolently. And she wins race 2, her second start over the surface. 3, A Rose in the Sky checks in a second. 3rd place, 2, Noble Lady. I believe the 1, Queen of Toscanova, is up for 4th. In fact, those are the numbers posted. 6, 3, 2, 1, unofficially in race 2. Entering the winner's circle is number 6, Benevolently, a 3-year-old dark pale brown filly by Bellamy Road out of the Damn Charitable Link. Owned by Windy Leaf Farm LLC, winning trainer John Buckley, winning jockey Kevin Navarro. The winner was bred in New York by Dr. Jerry Belinsky. And race 2 is official. 5-6 early double, $28.20. 6-3 exacta, $20.80. 6-3-2 a trifecta, $16.37. 10-cent super 6-3-2-1, $10.60. Race 3 will begin the Wednesday pick 6. Scratch number 3 on Flappable Max. Little shy Pod Pete on the carryover, but we got to start somewhere. A little shy of $900. Dollar minimum wager, old school, traditional style pick 6. Who knows, maybe you get lucky, pull the thing, getting around 3K. We could hope for that, huh? 4th race, scratch 7 and 8, Kierkegaard and Waheel. 5th race, scratch 1 and 2, Small Pebbles and Trivia. Race 6, scratch the 4, Our Boy Cheekum. I'm not sure if I've announced this one yet. In race 6, scratching 4, Our Boy Cheekum. One more time for good measure. Race 6, scratch 4, Our Boy Cheekum. And in the nightcap, inside and outside both scratch. The 1 and the 11. The 1, Pretty Miss Keens. The 11, the Fabulous Moolah. 1 and 11 out of the nightcap. Our Wednesday pick 6 in 20 minutes at 1:13.
All right, getting ready for the third, where we'll start the pick six. Benevolently, good effort today, as you see the difference between running against those higher class maidens in New York, coming here for 5,000, and a third and a victory for that one for John Buckley. Kevin Navarro aboard for that victory. Third race, we scratched the 3 Unflappable Max. And yeah, the 2 outside horses look like the main 2 rivals here. Is Cut the Cord returns to Finger Lakes. Obviously, this was a former stakes horse here a couple years ago, and Cut the Cord, then running through the allowance conditions. Last seen here, won against, he had everything his own way. I mean, he did have a slow pace that day in a race that looked like there was going to be a little more pace. Probably one of the slower paces you'll see in an allowance race. But followed it up with a good second place finish in a $20,000 claimer at Saratoga. So even if you put a negative on that win, horse is running good in New York. Did run too well last time, but still earned a good number, as the winner was a runaway winner. That's a real good one that came back to win his next start. Cut the Cord horse to beat. The Institute, maybe the main threat. It's getting second and third a lot lately, but maybe just because he's been up against better horses. He'll stretch out to a route for the first time in his career. Certainly bred to do so, at least being by Iron Mischief, and you got the best stretch out trainer at the track. And you know, some of that is he's running against Alpha Chi Row. I mean, that horse is a pretty tough one. Waralo, who's a tough one. Honor Among Men. And keep in mind that last race, he had to alter around a horse, as he looked like if he stayed inside, he would have been able to save ground and tip out and maybe have a shot to catch Tralad, but that wasn't the case. And this one, he checked his previous start as well. So he has had some excuses in those races. The question is, will he run a little bit better going long, and will he have that will to win? They could beat the Cut the Cord. He looks to be the main threat to that big favorite in that race. The Dam, you look at that side, mainly sprint, but really good sprint. The Dam was a grade 1 winner as a sprint, and the Dam was a half to Bamey, who was a pretty good sprinter as well. So Institute getting some play. Looks like the other main player and the main threat to the big favorite. He's at odds of 5-2. No surprise there. It does look like those two. Royal Suspect, you can make a case for, was running good in the starter against, I guess you would say, easier competition. No Cut the Cords and Institute in those races. The winner did have a perfect trip last time that beat him in that route race on October 23rd. Other than that, this horse has done little round all year. See if he can step up and run against these classier horses with Cut the Cord and the Institute. Still a top 3 threat in this 5-horse field. Third race starts the pick 6. Scratch the 3 Unflappable Max.
Race 3, 1 mile and 70 yards, New York breds, second state bred condition, optional tag of $10,000, 1 mile and 70 yards. The one double shot has Christian Navarro aboard. We will be scratching number 3, Unflappable Max. So the one double shot with Christian Navarro, 2 is Shared Success, Kawa. 3-year-olds and up, New York breds here in the third. Once again, scratch 3, Unflappable Max, 4, Royal Suspect, Joel Cruz. He's looking for his 11th career victory. Big favorites, the 5, Cut the Cord, Andre Worry. And number 6, The Institute, and Louis Perez. Race 3 will start our pick 6, just shy of $900 for that one-day carryover. $1 minimum wager, traditional style pick 6. A little more than 3 minutes until post time. All right, about $1,400 of new money in our pick 6 for this Wednesday afternoon. Big favorite here to start the sequence, number 5, Cut the Cord. Well, he looked pretty good in the post parade. Got to give credit where credit is due. Striking individual, creative cause out of a diner former mare. And look at that mare, Cable, huh? Does that sound familiar? Well, if you were tuning in yesterday, you know that Cable Ready won the Tin Cup Chalice. So Cut the Cord's little brother prevailed yesterday in our final stakes race of the season for 2-year-olds, and he graduated in style, took a lot of money late, came with a big run, a lot of foundation in his corner. Didn't really know that until just now, recognizing the damn Cable. So there it is. Cut the Cord. I'll tell you what, when he races here at Finger Lakes, he means business. 5 starts, 3 wins, and 1/3. I just looked it up on the Equibase app. The only time he did not hit the board was back on the 27th of June last year, and it was a race in which he was coming back relatively quick on 19 days rest. That's not really Maya's style. Maya likes to give his horses really good spacing, put works in between, and come with big runs. So he had Cut the Cord coming back on 19 days rest, and I looked a little even deeper, and the horse who beat him was the stablemate, the Revenger. So how about that, huh? That's the only time Cut the Cord has not finished in the top 3 here at Finger Lakes. He was good enough to win a first state bred at Saratoga on an off-the-turf event on the 18th of August. He looked good in the post parade. He's probably the horse to beat at a short price at 3 to 5. Soft spot in my heart for the 2, Shared Success. Boy, I've been on him his last couple of starts. I'm probably going to be regretting not picking him on top, because if he wins, you get a big price. Boy, this horse has come with some nice runs. How about that race earlier this year on the 18th of July when he won the first state bred by over 10 lengths? I thought he was better last year. Obviously, his record indicates that with 4 wins from the 9 starts and the big bankroll. This year, he hasn't quite been himself. I'll tell you what, on the 25th of September, I thought he was the winner at the 8th pole. I gave him a huge call, and he kind of flattened out. I don't have a lot of excuses for him on the 23rd of October. He did not really run the way I thought he should have. I expected a much better effort from him, and especially when he gained the lead at the top of the lane. I was like, there he goes. There goes Shared Success. But he was very wide that afternoon. He'll probably get a little more pace to chase this afternoon, so he won't have to be into the race as early as he was last time. He'll save ground, and if you're going to come back with him, you're going to get a price at a 6 to 1. After that, I looked at the 6th, The Institute, Michael S. Ferraro. Every time he stretches a horse out, you better take notice. Look at the big sample of 41. Look at the big percentage, and look at the ROI. The numbers all indicate that the Institute should relish the added real estate. Into Mischief, yeah. Officer on the bottom blood, that's a little conflicting. I remember Officer, he did his best running when he was younger and in sprint races, but I will say this, I've seen a lot of the protege of Officer run very well around added real estate, and with the connections, I wouldn't fault those that are looking at him. 4, Royal Suspect, I don't ever really give this horse a lot of love. He's probably one of my Rodney Dangerfields on the circuit. He only runs big races, but for whatever reason, I don't seem to ever be on his back. Maybe that's a good thing for him considering the amount of weight I'm carrying. Royal Suspect looking for his 11th career victory. He's had a big 2023, and his best race puts him in there. And then you get the one double shot, who I think looks like a sprinter. But the more I look at it, look at David Oyola's sprint to route numbers. You want to talk about seniors, even though his sample's only 10, Mr. Oyola's hitting at a big 30% with a huge ROI. It makes for a very interesting first leg of our Wednesday Pick 6. About a minute until post time. It's post time for the third race. 5 cut the cord, still dominating the board. He's 3-5. 6 the Institute's the second choice at 5-2. All right, here's Double Shot. Just a quintet in race 3, our Wednesday co-feature. Second state bred around 2 turns for the boys. A little bit later on, I believe in the 7th race, we've got a second state bred condition for the girls in a 1-turn sprint. All right, Double Shot, Shared Success, Royal Suspect. Here's the favorite, Cut the Cord, and the Institute will be the last of 5. Nearly $2,500 of new money in our Wednesday pick 6. They're at the post. And there they go. Pretty good start for all 5. The Institute wins the start, but he doesn't want to make the pace. That will go to Royal Suspect. Cut the Cord and Shared Success vie for third, and Double Shot, a late runner, is the last of the quintet. So it is Royal Suspect making the pace. The Institute sets up shop from second. He's in a nice position through the early stages, and Shared Success gets to save ground. Cut the Cords in no hurry, biding his time. He's a little less than 4 lengths off the lead and about a length in front of Double Shot. We'll call it 5 lengths covering the quintet, and Royal Suspect is unchallenged entering the backstretch run, and he builds up nearly 3 lengths to the Institute, almost a length to Shared Success. Cut the Cord from the far outside. Double Shot gets a little closer up the inside. Royal Suspect 25 1/5 under Joel Cruz, and they lead by 2.5 to the Institute. Shared Success from the rail. Cut the Court with his wide trip, but he's in the clear, and he's only 3 off the pace, and Double Shot's a little more than 4 from the front. 50 1/5 for Royal Suspect. No challenges yet. He still has the lead at the 3/8 from the Institute. Cut the Cord comes with his bid to the outside. Shared Success still in the thick of things along the rail, 2.5 off the pace, and Double Shot's the last of all. Royal Suspect tackled by the Institute. Cut the Cords under a drive. Look at the trip for Shared Success, all dressed up in Sunday's best. Where's he gonna go? Shared Success crying out for room, and now he gets it. But in the meantime, it's the Institute who gets first run. The Institute, Shared Success, Royal Suspect keeps on chugging. Not today for Cut the Cord. And here's Shared Success tackling Royal Suspect. Shared Success. Shared Success wins the money from Royal Suspect. And then in third, the Institute. And Cut the Cord checked in fourth. For the believers, they were awarded a nice price of 7-1. Here's a horse who usually comes with a big bid. Shared Success, a good run. How about the effort from Royal Suspect? The Institute, no excuses. Cut the Cord, not his best day. 144 43 100ths, the final time. Two, Shared Success first. Second place, 4, Royal Suspect. Third place, 6, the Institute. Fourth place, 5, Cut the Cord. Shared Success is in the winner's circle. His sixth career victory, a 6-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Japan out of the dam belongs to Dixie, owned by Keith Dickstein along with Peekaboo Stable. Winning trainers Jim Aquilano, winning jockey Cabercoa. Shared Success was bred in New York by owner Keith Dickstein along with Dixie Partners LLC. And race 3 is official, 2465. Nice priced winner, Shared Success. The double, 6-2, $63.50. 2-4 exacta, $97. 2-4-6 trifecta, $67. 10-cent super, 2-4-6-5, $18.62. 21 minutes until the 4th. 1:42 is the post time. Race 4. We'll start our pick 5. A couple of scratches, 7 and 8. Kierkegaard and Wahil.
All right, in the paddock for race number 4, and the trip sometimes you'll get there. Shared success. Good job by Cabercoa, able to save ground inside of Cut the Cord as the Royal Suspect started to get a little bit tired at the end. Shared success in the perfect position. The Institute not quite able to get that distance, so Shared Success went on with it to get the victory. Cabercoa for trainer Jim Aquilano. Been kind of a down year for Aquilano, but maybe we'll see a few winners from him here late. 4th race starts the pick 5. Never won state bred, going a distance of 6 furlongs. And what can you say about this race is, Jack and Bernie looks to have a big edge on these rivals. No way else to say it. He's won 3 races, 2 of them through the allowance conditions, beating Civil Service and Flowing River. No reason that he can't beat these again. I think the next best rival is Flowing River, who he beat convincingly back in September. He's had the 1-star since in the Leon Reed, and let's face it, he was compromised by the start against the best sprinters on the grounds, or he might have beaten them too. He's been unbeatable, outstanding throughout his career, and unless he regresses they're not going to beat him in here, and you're going to have to accept a really short price, and probably going to be 1-9, but it does look like a free square if you're betting pick 5s and pick 6s. Jack and Bernie probably win by multiple lengths. Flowing River, I guess would be the only one to say he could be close to him, but he's probably going to have to follow the leader here as he tried to press a quick pace. Jack and Bernie led in that race and was unable to keep up with that rival. So he's outside him, so I don't know how he's going to turn the tables on Jack and Bernie unless that one does regress off of the last race for whatever reason. But he could play follow the leader and hang around for a share going the 6 furlong distance. And maybe if he's not too aggressive early, he could get second in here behind Jack and Bernie. The 1-horse Beach Boy Al, maybe his running style helps. He's inside. He can save some ground, make a run, and as everybody's chasing Jack and Bernie and Flowing River early, Jack and Bernie pulls away, Beach Boy Al could pass some horses and land in the trifecta. So, it's one of those races where, the winners, Jack and Bernie, they still got to run the race. He looks like he's going to win the race number 4. So you're probably playing exactas tries. Try to get Flowing River second and Beach Boy Al third. The pick 5, you could single Jack and Bernie and just go on with it for the rest of the races. But you do get a free square here as he looks awfully tough. He's been impressive. And unfortunately, he did have that bad luck in the Leon Reed with the slow start. Still didn't run that badly, consider he was chasing most of the way after that in the slot. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 5 starts with race number 4. Scratch the 7 and the 8.
Race 4 on the Wednesday card, sprinting 6 furlongs, New York breds, 3-year-olds and up, first state bred condition, scratches 7 and 8, Kierkegaard and Wahil. This is the first leg of our Wednesday pick 5, post time in a little more than 4 minutes. Fifth race 1 and 2 both scratched. Race 6 scratched the 4, Our Boy Cheekham in the nightcap, scratches 1 and 11. A little more than 4 minutes until the Wednesday pick 5. Here's the field. 1, Beach Boyal, Andre Worry. 2 is Noble Journey with John Davila Jr. 3 is Listening In, Stephen Fred. Next will be the 4, Jack and Bernie, Joel Cruz, the big favorite at 2 to 5. 5 is Flowing River, Jeremias Flores. And the 6 is Devious Banker, Jackie Davis, looking for another winner. Our 4th race in a little more than 3 minutes. Pretty cool first state bred condition to start off our Wednesday pick 5. Got some real nice ones in here. Jack and Bernie, coming off that 4th place finish in the Leon Reed as the overwhelming favorite. His first 3 races, he ran holes in the wind. He whistled on all 3 occasions. Had a little setback. Didn't have any workouts leading up to the Leon Reed. At least he comes into this one with a positive workout, 1 minute and 2 2/5 on the 2nd of November. He is obviously the horse to beat at 1 to 2. You're looking at my top pick. You know me. I've got to go against this chalky chalk. I've got to take a shot. I've got to go fishing, and my best chance to catch a big one is with the 5, Flowing River. Big, strong, good-looking 4-year-old by Lauban. Paul Barrow having a season to remember, that's for sure. He is in the midst of trying to spring a big upset over perennial kingpin Chris Engelhart. And this is one of the reasons why Paul has had such a good year. He has some nice horses, and this is a very nice horse, Flowing River. Is he as good as Jack and Bernie? I don't know. Obviously, Jack and Bernie beat him on the 5th of September. I'll say this. Heading into the 5th of September, Jack and Bernie was trending much more favorably than he has been in his last couple, and at least in his last start leading up to this one. But it looks like Jack and Bernie's back on the right path with a workout in between. But if he takes a little hiccup and he doesn't quite run like he has, how about Flowing River? He has the ability to try to stay close to Jack and Bernie. He was up close with him on the 5th of September before getting a little discouraged. I think he's just a nice horse, and if you're trying to spring the upset, I think he's the one that gives you your best chance. He's 9 to 2. Obviously, it's a tall task, and if Jack and Bernie wins and he runs the way he's supposed to, Flowing River probably is playing second fiddle. But the discrepancy in price on the board, I had to take a shot with the 5 as my top pick. I've already talked about Jack and Bernie. Looked sensational winning his first 3. Thought he ran very well in the Leon Reed, showing a new dimension. He didn't break quite as aggressively as that we were accustomed to in those first 3 races, but he sat a trip. He came with a big run, and he just could not sustain his charge. And they went quick early, and it all benefited the New York Derby champion, Allure of Money. Jack and Bernie ran very well. That was his first start in stakes competition. He looks like a future Finger Lakes star. We shall see if he gets back into the winner's circle. Everything indicates he's the one to beat, no question about it, at 1 to 2. There are a couple of other sharp horses in this affair, but are they up to this? The 1, Beach Boyal, and the 2, Noble Journey. Beach Boyal made quite an impression winning the 28th of June affair. I really liked that run. I believe, if I remember correctly, not a lot of horses were winning with that outside trip that particular day. I thought it was a more favorable situation to be along the inside, and Beach Boyal overcame the trend of the track that particular day. He looked very good winning. Now, he did not look very good in his subsequent start, but that was around 2 turns, and I don't think he was really asked for his best run in the final furlong. Perhaps John Davila recognized that day that he wasn't going to get there, and he didn't really persevere on Beach Boyal. Manuel Di Diego took over in his last couple. Now he's reunited with Andre Worry. His sprints have been better than the route race. He's a very nice horse, but is he as good as both the 4 and the 5? I think he's a little bit below them. Same for the 2, Noble Journey, who's also come into his own, rattling off 3 in a row. In fact, 4 out of his 5 races this year have been solid. 3 wins with 2 seconds. And the only time he really didn't run much was, the day he ran third, and that wasn't bad. So he's hit the board in all of his starts. He's trending forwardly. He looks good. He's a nice horse. This is one of the more competitive, one of the more attractive first state breds you'll see here at Finger Lakes. All of these horses probably will win this condition one time or another in their career. Make it 5-4, 5-4, or 1-2 for me in the fourth. Starting our pick 5. Little less than 1 minute until post time. It's post time for the fourth race. Big favorite as expected, the 4 Jack and Bernie at 1-2. First leg of our Wednesday pick 5, a little less than $15,000 in the pool. That number will be increasing. Here comes a Beach Boyale. Noble Journey's gunning for 4 in a row. The Maiden listening in. Sometimes the state bred condition can come up rather weak around here at Finger Lakes. Not the case here. This is a salty first state bred. Here's Jack and Bernie. Here's Flowing River. And then you get Devious Banker to the outside. Ready for the pick 5. And there they go. Jack and Bernie, like a rocket ship out of the starting gate, already has the upper hand. And here he is, the Jack and Bernie that we've grown to love. He opens up better than 3.5. The Flowing River and Devious Banker. Beach Boyale strides into 4th. Then listening in, and Noble Journey will do his best running from well off the pace. And Jack and Bernie's running a hole in the wind through the opening quarter, and he builds up nearly 6 lengths to Flowing River. Devious Banker from the outside. Beach Boyale riding the rail. Better than 4.5 to Noble Journey. Listening in's the last of all. 22 2/5 for Jack and Bernie. And he opens up nearly 7 at the 5/16 to Flowing River and Devious Banker. Beach Boyale is 4th and Noble Journey. And listening in, and Jack and Bernie appears to be right back. He rattled off 3 in a row to start his career. He disappointed a little bit in the Leon Reed. He looks like the old Jack and Bernie. Just one start that he didn't fire his best shot. Look at Jack and Bernie. 5/8, 57 4. Jack and Bernie whistling like the Andy Griffith theme song. He's a powerful winner. Devious Banker 2nd, then Flowing River and Beach Boyale checked in 4th. Pretty cool horse, a future Finger Lakes star, that's for sure, for Jack and Bernie. Rolling in 111 and 46 100ths. 6, Devious Banker at a big price gets the second spot. Third place 5, Flowing River. Fourth place 1, Beach Boy Owl. 4, 6, 5, 1. Make sure to hold all tickets. Jack and Bernie. 4 out of 5 to kickstart this promising career. A 3-year-old, a big gelding by Destin out of the Dam Betty's Chance, owned by Sherry Washburn, bred in New York by Sherry, winning trainer Deborah Breed. Joel Cruz, Jack and Bernie in cruise control. Race 4's in the books officially. 4, 6, 5, 1 the double, 2, 4, $31. Not a bad double with a $2.30 on the back end. 4, 6 exact at $27. 4, 6, 5 trifecta $20, 12 cents. 10 cent super 4, 6, 5, 1, $8. 6, 2, 4 early pick 3, $37.62. 5 with 6 with 2 with 4, 7, 8. Well, the early pick 4 is worth $95.62. Late pick 4 will start in race 5, 20 minutes away at 2:11. 1 and 2 both scratched. Small Pebbles and Trivia. 7 PJ's Rider, 2 pounds over. 20 minutes away until the late pick 4.
All right, getting ready for race number 5, and probably everybody's single in your pick 6 and pick 5. Jack and Bernie, who's been impressive in every start, and even in the stakes race, he ran a big race, considering he got off slow that race and still had to chase and only got beat 3 lengths. But today, moving from that to a 1 state bred, that's like a humongous drop in class for Jack and Bernie, and made it look easy. Probably a 1 to 9. That's all you're going to get, as he was a free square. Joe Cruz for trainer Deborah Breed. Start your pick 5. We scratched the 1 Small Pebbles, the 2 Trivia out of race number 5, an allowance event. And yeah, a little more competitive race, but you got a couple of them that kind of stand out. I mean, you got Stimulus Check, who looks to be one of the speeds with PJ's rider. He'll at least try to keep that one honest. He's inside of, or she's inside of PJ's rider. Then you got Towering Gaze, who comes off a big effort last time, beating Claimers. There was probably, you could consider a similar field as this one. Small Pebbles, who scratched, and Ramon were second and third in that race. I don't know where that race came from for Towering Gaze. Maybe it was the off track, but she ran a good number and a solid race. If she can repeat that performance, she could beat these today. But she's got a couple previous races that wouldn't win. So which Towering Gaze is going to show up? If she's trending in the right direction and can follow it up with another good effort, she could win here today. And she's a good price in here at odds of, well, just went down to 7 to 2. Mentioned Stimulus Check. Yeah, she's been facing a little bit tougher than these. Ran third in her last race behind Wait, Don't Tell Me, who runs today. And even ran against Take Charge Christie. I mean, she had no excuse in that race as she was low in speed, but she wasn't that level of Take Charge Christie and Eros' girl. So it wasn't a bad effort at all, considering what she was up against. So she's a logical horse. She's got the numbers to win here, so she's a big threat as well. And then you got Ramon, who will try to put in a late run. There are a couple speeds, even with a scratch of Small Pebbles. PJ's rider does look like the speed, but she's outside. Stimulus Check may be aggressive and try to hold the rail. Not sure what her tactics will be. Probably don't want to let PJ's rider get out there too easy on the front end. But Ramon would be the one to benefit if there is a pace up front and somebody is able to close. It is only 5.5 furlongs for race number 5. But those are some of the contenders for the 5th. We start the pick 4, Exacta-Tri Super and Daily Double offered. Scratch both the 1 and the 2.
A nice Wednesday card continues with another nice allowance race. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, first state bred condition, 5.5 furlongs, 1 and 2, both scratch, small pebbles, and trivia. 7 PJ's rider, 2 pounds over, first leg of our late pick 4. Post time in a little more than 4 minutes. Here's the field. Beginning with the 4, Towering Gaze, Emmanuel Di Diego. She's looking for 2 in a row. 5, a Stimulus Check. Second choice, 9-5, Christian Navarro. 6, Let's Mega, Michael Davila Jr. 7 is PJ's rider, Louis Perez. Skipping the parade, number 3, Ramon and Jackie Davis. Jackie's looking for another winner. That's the quintet for the 5th. A little more than 3 minutes until post time. Late pick 4 time, another nice allowance race. Pretty nice Wednesday card. Not the biggest size fields, but we have some nice allowance races, and that's always fun. 1 and 2 both out of the 5th race. Thought this race was a very difficult handicapping assignment. You know, you lose Small Pebbles and Trivia. They both figured to be part of the pace, especially Small Pebbles. Where is the speed in this race? Is it with PJ's rider from the outside? Perhaps. We'll talk about her in a little bit. 5, Stimulus Checks, the one I've landed on. Figured if she's going to make a big money run, today is her day. She has some good company lines. There is Take Charge Christie. There's True Empress. There is Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Our Little Tiger. Those are good ones, fans. I don't see any of them in this spot. She's been getting a little closer. She's had a couple of chances this year where she looked like she was maybe going to break through with some big performances. Hasn't quite done it. I like the race 3 back where she had the lead against better competition, especially Take Charge Christie and Eros's Girl. Came up a little light that day. Figured this is her best chance. I'll give her another look. She's 2-1. Not in love with the price by any means, but she's my top pick. What Towering Gaze will we get this afternoon? If we get the one that looked good on the 18th of October, she could be the one that propels into the winner's circle for the first state bred. You know, when she went 2 turns in her first Finger Lakes appearance back on the 25th of July, she attracted enough wagering attention to be an overwhelming favorite that particular day. Didn't run that great. In fact, didn't really run much until the most recent upset victory. She was nearly 20-1. Where's that big run come from? Perhaps the 3rd start with the blinkers. Just perhaps getting acclimated to the Finger Lakes Oval. This is her 6th start of the season. She enters this one on a positive note. Sharp horses win races, and she's as sharp as they come. Towering Gaze, the 2nd pick. 6, Let's Maga. I know she's been racing for $5,000, but if you're ever going to step up to a first state bred and have a good-looking chance, this is the day. There are no world beaters in here. Ramon's tried this condition a few times this season, or at least race 3 back, but she's tried starter allowance in other races and hasn't been able to break through of late. Maybe Let's Maga, the Kateri Empire, La Cafetera. I know the company lines don't suggest she can compete with this group, but like I said, it is not the saltiest first state bred, and we've seen her run some decent races in years past. Didn't know what to do with the 7, PJ's rider. She's getting a lot of love at 9-5. I'll just say this, you know, Michael Dubb and Brittany Russell, they don't give away anything for free, and they gave her away for free last time. That's not to say that they underestimated the talent that's with this 3-year-old filly. I'm just saying Michael Dubb and Brittany Russell, they like making money, they like winning races, and they gave her away for $5,000. That threw up the red flag for me. And then you get Ramon. Ramon's just had a lot of races for my liking. I've talked about spacing of races over the last couple of seasons. She does not do that, but she's had good success. You can't fault the numbers. She's made a ton of money this year, $41,000. That's good for Angel and Arcadia Lopez. They're making a good run with her, but she sure does have a lot of dances. The well dries up eventually. We saw it dry up when she ran in that salty allowance race. And when she got beat nearly at 20 lengths, does it dry up here? That's to be seen here in a couple of minutes. 5 of 4, 6, race 5, first state bred, beginning the late pick 4. nearing the gate. It's post time for the fifth race for state bred condition, fillies and mares. Very wide open affair. 7 PJ's Rider and 5 Stimulus Check, both 2-1. 3 Ramon, 4 Towering Gaze, both 5-2. Right now it is the 3-year-old filly, PJ's Rider, the favorite on the outside. Let's Mag is the biggest price at 14-1. I think she's got a little bit of a puncher's chance in this spot. Why not, huh? 14-1, Let's Maga. PJ's Rider, 3-year-old filly, the last one to load to the outside. For Victor and Nancy Salvato. Late pick 4 time. And there they go. Somewhat of a slow start for PJ's Rider. Towering Gaze is quickly into stride. PJ with a good recovery. She makes her bid from the far outside, coming away with the lead. PJ's Rider from Towering Gaze. In third is Ramon with Let's Mag and Stimulus Check. Will get pace to chase from the back marker. Relatively close enough. 3.5 or 4 off the lead. PJ's Rider, Towering Gaze. Ramon gets a little closer. 3 deep. Let's Maga 4 deep heading into the turn. And Stimulus Check about 3.5 off the lead at the 3/8. Towering Gaze and PJ's Rider a length and a half to Ramon. Let's Maga with her wide charge. Stimulus Check's under a drive, trying to begin her bid along the inside. She's closing in steadily. She has 3 to find in the final quarter of a mile. Towering Gaze and PJ's Rider. Stimulus Check, not a lot of excuses. She's going to tip out into the clear and come with her run farther out. Let's Maga. Towering Gaze is putting away PJ's Rider, and Towering Gaze has the lead. PJ's Rider can't keep up. Let's Maga to the far outside, and then Stimulus Check and Ramon. Towering Gaze. She came into this affair on a winning note, and she'll make it back to back. Ramon late on the scene, up for second. In third, Let's Maga, then Stimulus Check, and PJ's Rider checked in last. One minute 6 and 91 hundredths. Sharp horses win races, and Towering Gaze as sharp as they came into this one. That's 2 in a row for this 6-year-old mare by Gio Ponte. Nearly 20-1 last time, 7-2 this afternoon. 3 Ramon. She dances her dance. Once again, she's up for second. Good effort from the 6. Let's Mag at a good price. Fourth place 5 Stimulus Check. 4-3-6-5. 1 minute 6.90 seconds. The final running time. Towering Gaze for 2 in a row. 6-year-old chestnut mare by Gio Ponte out of the Damn Sky Gazer, owned by Gumster Stable LLC. Ralphie D. Ralph D'Alessandro, the winning jockey, winning trainer. The winning jockey is the Barber Emmanuel Di Diego. Don't see Ralphie in the saddle. New York bred by Patricia Generazio. 4-3-6-5. Unofficially still in the 5th. And race 5 is in the books. The double 4-4, $10. 4-3 exacta, $20.60. 4-3-6 trifecta, $25. 10-cent super 4-3-6-5, $8.57. 2-4-4 pick 3, $34.87. On to race 6. In race 6, scratch 4, our boy Cheekum. 7, this cat can fly, 2 pounds over. Race 6, 22 minutes away at 2:41.
All right, 9 minutes to post for race number 6. We look back at the 5th. Yeah, Towering Gaze, a $9 winner in the 5th. It was a question of would he repeat her last effort, and she did. If she could repeat the last effort, she was better in those horses, and she was, and she makes it 2 in a row. Emmanuel Diego for trainer Ralph D'Alessandro. Okay, 6th race, an 11-9 claimer. Horse have not won a race since the date or never won 4 races. Interesting horse in here is the 1, Convertible Freeze. Yes, he hasn't seen much action lately. The horse was off 11 months, but still ran well despite the layoff. Despite a slow break, only lost by a length at this level, going a short distance, which isn't even his best distance. So now he stretches out in his 2nd start of the year, and he even had an excuse in that race. You would think that Convertible Freeze would run a lot better race in the route. The question is, does he need another race? Does he need a route off of that long layoff? If he doesn't, he's going to be awfully tough in here. All 3 wins for Convertible Freeze have been going longer distance, been gone in a route. Obviously a logical player here. The 5, Reiner, is a 4-time winner, so not sure which he's eligible for, as he won the 11-9 condition not that long ago, back in July, which automatically makes him a player. He automatically has an advantage on these rivals because he basically beat these horses before and now is still eligible. As the horse ran 2nd last time to Kazando in the slop. But he runs a consistent number. You notice his buyers are consistent every race, and that number is good enough to put him in the mix against these horses. So another horse that's very logical against this group. The 6 horse, Sight Unseen, who won the 3 Lifetime and is a 3-time winner now. But one of the things you could say about Sight Unseen is his last race. You got to give him an excuse, and yeah, the excuse is the inside was horrible on October 9th. And no horse did really well on the inside part of the racetrack. Plus, he was in against tougher against the 1 Staplet. So you could give him an excuse, and he goes back to facing 11-9s, which puts him a little more competitive in here. Just a good long shot to use underneath, as he does have a chance to make it into the number. The 3 horse, Octu Lieber, is another one that's, he's 21 more. I didn't think he'd go off 20-1. But as far as the morning line, he's dropping in class the 11-9. And he fits nicely here. If he could run his race or run the race that he ran back in August, he could be tough. His last couple of races haven't been as good. But again, he's getting some class relief today after running against much tougher
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late
competition. He's entered for
scratch here in
5,000
race
a couple
6,
weeks
number
ago,
9,
but that
Jacoba.
5,000
9
ended up
Jacoba is a
being
late
tougher.
scratch. This just coming in from the stewards. 9 Jacoba is a late scratch. Refunds, win, play, show, wagers, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagers. The double and pick 3 starting here in race 6. Consolation version of the double that started in the 5th race. Now concerning our pick 6, our pick 5, and our late pick 4, you will automatically receive the post-time favorite. This just in from the stewards. Late scratch number 9, Jacoba. Coming onto the track for race 6, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race since January 1st are non-winners of 4 races. Claimers 11 to 9. Here they are. 1 convertible Freeze, Koa. 2, what's my category? Joel Cruz, Cohen Cruz looking for doubles. 3 is Ak du Lieber, Michael Davila Jr. Early scratch of the 4, our boy Cheekham. Late scratch of 9, Jacoba. So 4 and 9 both out of race 6. 4 was an early scratch, 9 just in a late scratch. 5 is Reiner, Jackie Davis looking for 2. 6 is Sight Unseen, Kevin Navarro, John Buckley looking for doubles. 7, This Cat Can Fly, John Davila Jr., couple of pounds over. And the 8 is Interstate with Rafael Rohina Jr. So we have a field of 7 in race 6. Claimers 11 to 9. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of the race since January 1st. Or non-winners of 4 races. 1 mile and 70 yards. Race 6 starts our late pick 3, a little more than 3 minutes until post time. All right, fans, late pick 3 time, the final pick 3 of the work week. Just 6 more days of racing at the conclusion of our Wednesday program. 12:15 for the remaining 6 days of action. How quickly time flies in 2023. Hard to believe we are ready to wrap up the season. Race 6, let's see if we can get an upsetter home here with the 6 Sight Unseen. I liked his victory 2 races ago, so much that I thought he might actually make a little presence, make his presence felt a little bit in that first state bred condition. Thereafter on the 9th of October, didn't really run much. Perhaps he just came back a little quick for the liking. You know, when he won on the 25th of September, it was on 3 weeks rest, and he had been given some time off, nearly 7 weeks between the 11th of July and the 4th of September, and he came back with good spacing, winning on 3 weeks' notice. Came back very, very quick. There, what's that about? 30 days in September, so that's about 2 weeks. A little too quick. Now he gets good spacing, about a month in between. Get a good price of 9 to 1. Buckley and Navarro already got to the winner's circle earlier on the card. Perhaps Sight Unseen at a decent price can make an impact in this spot. I'm willing to give him a lukewarm endorsement. 5, Reiner. Reiner seems to make sense, although he does make sense in this spot. His stablemate, Kazando, who really stepped his game up on the 30th of October, was better than Reiner, but Reiner solidified second over a nice horse named First Deputy. The race before that, Jitter Juice was on a big, big class drop from Michael S. Ferraro's barn, and Reiner didn't run that badly, only defeated in 5 3/4 of a length. In fact, he was all the way in contention to the final furlong. Before that, he gutted out a nice victory on the 4th of July, and before that, he soundly defeated an inferior group. He should be forwardly positioned. I think on his best day, he is a contender against this group. He is currently at 3 to 1. How about the 3 Ak du Lieber? We couldn't get the 20 to 1 morning line, huh? 7 to 2 right now, dropping all the way in for 11. I'm not sure if he's ever been in for a tag. He was good enough to win the state bred earlier this season in the middle of August. Last year he showed some promise. I think there's some upside with him. For 11, you'd have to think he could be a player. He's hoping for some pace because he does his best running from far, far out of it. After that, the 1 convertible Freeze. I like the company lines of Noble Journey and Trap the Dream. Noble Journey, he was in a little tough today against Jack and Bernie, but he's had a good 2023. Prior to that, he was able to win a 1-mile race in the middle of October last year, so he obviously needed that comeback bid, and it's pretty good. I don't think sprinting is his forte, although he could be very effective at 1 turn. But if you go back all the way to the 31st of August at Saratoga, he was good enough to only miss by half a length in that demanding 1.8-mile journey. So I don't think the real estate's going to be a problem here for Convertible Freeze. In fact, I probably have him a little too low in the rankings. 6-5, 3-1 in race 6, beginning the final pick 3 in the work week here at Finger Lakes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for race 6. Final pick 3 here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Final pick 3 of the work week. Still 6 more days of racing. Convertible Freeze along the inside. He's the 8-5 favorite. Number 5, Reiner's the second choice at 2-1. So Convertible Freeze is in with What's My Category and Octu Lieber. Here comes Reiner. Jackie Davis looking for another winner on the card. As is Kevin Navarro. Sight Unseen. They move forward. John Buckley looking for a training double. Other jockeys in search of their second win on the card include Kay Burkoa and Joel Cruz. Here's This Cat Can Fly. Big shout out to Marianne Foreman. And here's Interstate, the last one to load. And there they go. And Sight Unseen gets the lead all by himself, and he's going to try to walk it through the early stages, but Convertible Freeze wants to pick it up. So it is Convertible Freeze and Sight Unseen. Interstate comes away running in third. What's My Category's fourth. Reiner from his outside. Then This Cat Can Fly and Octu Lieber 2 by 3 by 2 through the early stages. Convertible Freeze, and to his outside is Sight Unseen. They have more than 3 lengths. Reiner emerging into third from his outside. Interstate, What's My Category, fifth from the rail. Octu Lieber has a little less than 5.5 to make up as they're trying to slow it down. And at the tail marker, as is This Cat Can Fly. The opening quarter in 25 seconds, Convertible Freeze. Sight Unseen with a favorable trip from the outside. Here's Reiner inching closer. Jackie's recognizing the soft pace. Break of about a length and a half to What's My Category. Interstate, Octu Lieber's in the 6th position, and This Cat Can Fly is the last of all. 50 seconds the half, an even flow from Convertible Freeze and Sight Unseen, and they are threatening to try to skip away. Into third is Reiner, who's trying to come with his run. In fourth, What's My Category? Then go to Octu Lieber, Interstate, and This Cat Can Fly. Convertible Freeze has the advantage at the quarter pole. Sight Unseen comes under a drive. Reiner tips away from the inside for the final quarter of a mile, and in the 4th spot, What's My Category? Convertible Freeze gets the lead to himself. He has shaken clear from Sight Unseen. What's My Category is going to make a move into second. Octu Lieber's lengthening his stride. It's only for a minor placing. It's all about Convertible Freeze. Another one for Kay Burkoa. In second, What's My Category? Sight Unseen third. 4th place to Octu Lieber. Sight Unseen broke alertly. Convertible Freeze quickly came after him. Those two had a very favorable flow. Sight Unseen a little discouraged in the final quarter of a mile when he knew he couldn't get to Convertible Freeze, who's a good-looking winner, the one Convertible Freeze. 1:45 and 25 100ths the final time. Number 2, What's My Category? He's up for the 2nd spot. And it's the 6, Sight Unseen, and the 3, Octu Lieber. So 1, 2, 6, 3. Looking at that slow-mo, make sure to hold all tickets. Convertible Freeze. 4-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Connect out of the Dam Goods and Services. Owned by Louis Bissau Jr., winning trader Mike Lasessi. A double for Cabergoa. New York bred by Klarovich Stables. And race 6 is official. 1, 2, 6, 3. Top 4 finishers. The double for $127.20. Fans, you are reminded 9 Jacobo was a late scratch. I believe the 1 Convertible Freeze was sent off as the post-time favorite. That 4-9 consolation double's worth $8.40. 1, 2 exact at $27.40. 1, 2, 6 trifecta $40.37. 10 cents super 1, 2, 6, 3 $21.15. No changes in the 7th. Another nice allowance race. Fillies and Mares, second state bred condition. Sprinting, no changes. It begins the late double, 22 minutes away at 3:12.
All right, in the paddock for race number 7, we're going to start the last double with the 7th race. That was Convertible Freeze, able to hold the rail under Koa in that relatively paceless field. But he was by far the best. Second start of the year, and you look at the past class of that horse and off the last effort as well. He was sitting on a win and was able to complete that victory for trainer Michael Lassesi to start off the late pick 3. Okay, 7th race is an optional claiming allowance. 10,000 is the optional claiming tag. This for fillies and mares that have never won 2 state bred as the condition. You see Dosage and Mimosas in for the tag. I'm going to start with the 3, Missing Fortune. Just really like this horse's race at Saratoga. Not only did run a second, came back and won against a pretty decent one other than field there. And, didn't embarrass herself in the Jack Better Be Right. That was a solid effort in a route against Vente Valentia, who was just tons the best. That horse had so much class on that Jack Better Be Right stakes. Could have went around again and beat that field. And this horse was within double digits of that rival. Unfortunately, she was a beaten favorite in her last start in that route. Now she'll turn back in distance to a sprint where she was still running pretty well earlier in the year, running second to Sandy's Garden, who we'll see next week come back as well. So she cuts back, and she's one of the main contenders in this race if she runs well with that turn back in distance. The 5 horse is No Chalk. She looks like she's going to have some pace to chase after in this race, and technically this is a little bit easier than what she's faced the last couple starts. So you got to think about Fast Fran has one way to go, and she's going to try to get out there, and she's probably not going to find it so easy this race as she has in some of those starters where she's been lone speed 3 races in a row. Amazing Dottie has been aggressive going to the lead, so you would expect that horse to be out there with her. Missing Fortune also likes to be up close. So that gives No Chalk something to run at anyway, but she does finish second a lot. So if she can time her move right, she could get there. Not a bad effort against Queen Dancer in her last start. She also has a second against True Empress, a horse that's going pretty well for Michael Ferraro. The 2 horse is Wait, Don't Tell Me. I don't know if 8-1 would be a fair price on Wait, Don't Tell Me off of 2 straight victories against lifetime allowance horses. But she won the Niagara Stakes. She looked good with the victory last time. I know it was a much easier field than this one. But she's going good again, and she might be able to sit a trip from that 2 post behind all that speed and make a run again. That's kind of what happened last time. It's a tougher group, though, for Wait, Don't Tell Me. But she deserves some respect, and she's getting it at odds of 7-2. So it's a few of the players for race number 7. We start the late double. Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double is offered in this race.
Seventh race, 6 furlongs, fillies and mares, New York breds, 3-year-olds and up, second state bred condition, optional claiming tag of $10,000. There are no changes in the 7th, sprinting at 6 furlongs. It begins the late daily double. Let's meet the field, beginning with number 5, No Chalk, Christian Navarro. One is Dosage and Mimosas. Jackie Davis looking for a riding double. Dosage and Mimosas looking for her 19th career victory. Her stablemate is the 2, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, with Louis Perez. 1 and 2 conditioned by Anthony Ferraro. Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me looking for 3 in a row and 4 out of 5. Cabercoa is looking for a riding triple. He pilots 3, Missing Fortune, the current favorite, 9 to 5. 4 is Behind the Couch. Andre Worry. Behind the Couch looking for her 7th victory. On to the 6, Left-Leaning Lucy, who's gunning for 2 in a row. Emmanuel Di Diego looking for another score on this Wednesday afternoon. 7 is Fast Fran, Sharp Individual, looking for 4 in a row, 6 out of 7, and her 12th overall. Jeremias Flores is her jockey. And the 8 is Amazing Dottie. She's gunning for 3 out of 4. John Davila Jr. is the pilot. All right, 8 fillies and mares. Our 7th race, beginning the late daily double. Another nice allowance event. Second state bred condition. Post time in a little more than 2 minutes. Very nice 7th race kick starting our late daily double. Very, very talented group of fillies and mares, New York breds. You've got a 3-year-old filly named Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, who's going pretty good this season. Very talented 4-year-old filly named Missing Fortune. Some other talented 4-year-old fillies include No Chalk and Amazing Dottie. Then you get some mares, the 6-year-old Left-Leaning Lucy, the 6-year-old Fast Fran, who's sharp. Behind the Couch with all her past class, the 7-year-old. And then you get the grizzled, salty veteran gal, the 1 Dosage and Mimosas. What a nice 7th race to wrap up the last 2 races on the Wednesday card. Thought it was very, very contentious. Landed on the 5, No Chalk, getting a decent price of 4 to 1. Boy, she was 6 to 5 in this similar condition on the 19th of September. She has a couple of decent works in between that last start and today's effort. She was gaining ground to Queen's Dancer, making up nearly 5 lengths from the quarter pole to the wire. She did get a good opening quarter to run after. Prior to that, she ran second to True Empress. True Empress has been a beast this season. Easy Plays had a good year. Gone and Forgotten. The company lines really stack up. That's the positive. The negative is her jockey, Cabercoa, has opted to ride number 3, Missing Fortune. But still, I'm going to go with the 5. No Chalk. Christian Navarro is more than capable. And I have a tendency to back horses more than jockeys. That's just the way I do it. No Chalk, hoping she can break through. I am concerned with her 3 recent runner-up efforts. This year has been a little tough for her. 8 starts, 1 win, 5 seconds. Perhaps she's lacking the intensity, the will to win, but we will make her the number 1 selection. I think there should be some pace in this race. Dosage and Mimosas should be forwardly positioned along the inside. We'll see how Missing Fortune stacks up. Looks like she probably will be sitting from just off the pace, turning back in distance. You know you'll get legitimate pace with Behind the Couch, who went 22-1. Throw in Fast Fran and Amazing Dottie. They could rock and roll up front for No Chalk. My top pick. 7, Fast Fran. I always talk about never underestimating a sharp equine. Is anybody as sharp as Fast Fran this season? 7 starts, 5 wins, and 1/3. That's the good news. The bad news is it's been against a little lesser competition. The starter allowance ranks. Now she steps up to the salty second state bred, but I'll tell you what, I wouldn't underestimate this gal in any means. She is very talented. 11 for 29 in her career. Talk about that win percentage. A nice outside post. Maybe she just is good enough to keep on going against this group. I wasn't going to leave her off my ticket. 3, Missing Fortune. Cabercoa has opted for this one over my top pick. That has me a little concerned. Missing Fortune was good enough to win at Saratoga this season. How about that? Who else can say that in this field? Missing Fortune won the first state bred at Saratoga nearly 17-1 3 races ago. That was sprinting, and she did it from off the pace. Boy, she unleashed a furious rally. They blazed a trail up front, 21-4 and 44 and change, and she made up 8 lengths in the final quarter of a mile. She then stretched out with second in the Jack Better Be Right. Disappointing effort recently to Saratoga Kisses as the odds-on favorite. Now she's coming back relatively quick, and she's turning back in distance. I've got her as the third choice. And then the 2, Wait, Don't Tell Me. I've always been fond of this 3-year-old filly. I think she has a lot of talent. She seems to be getting better of late. She has won 2 in a row and 3 out of 4. She is hoping that they go quick early, kind of like my top pick, and she could come running on strongly through the lane. Pretty good 7th. They're getting closer and closer to the starting gate. The 7th race begins our late daily double. Just about at the gate for the 7th. It's post time for the 7th race. Number 3, Missing Fortune, is the favorite at 3-2. 5 No Chalk, second selection, 5-2. 8 fillies and mares, another nice allowance event on this Wednesday card. Fillies and mares, second state bred condition, $10,000 tag. And the 10-year-old Dosage Mimosas, the only one in for the tag, will be the first of 8 into the gate. Her stablemate, the 3-year-old filly, Wait, Don't Tell Me, right alongside. There's the favorite, Missing Fortune, turning back in distance. There's Behind the Couch, a lot of past class in her corner. The daughter by Awesome again, looking for her 7th career victory. Here's the second selection, No Chalk. Left-leaning Lucy's looking for 2 in a row. Third last to load. Fast Fran's had a big 2023. She is stepping up in class. She's gunning for 4 in a row and 6 out of 7. And Amazing Dottie, another one of the fillies to the outside, looking for 3 out of 4. It's a good 7th that begins the late daily double. They're at the post. And there they go. Missing Fortune comes away in last. And Fast Fran begins the quickest with Amazing Dottie. Behind the Couch is third, outside of Dosage Mimosas and inside of Left-Leaning Lucy. Missing Fortune got away slowly, guided to the extreme outside. She is currently third last. No Chalk second last. The 3-year-old filly, Wait, Don't Tell Me, is the last of all. And Amazing Dottie's a little quicker than Fast Fran. Fast Fran, somewhat of a tight spot, trying to hold her ground from the rail. 3 lengths behind the Couch. She cannot hold her ground. Fast Fran is checked out. So it's Amazing Dottie from Fast Fran. Behind the Couch gets closer with Left-Leaning Lucy. Dosage Mimosas midfield, 5 lengths to make up. No Chalk's hitting her best stride. Inside of Missing Fortune. And Wait, Don't Tell Me's also closing. There was plenty of pace on, and the late runners are starting to storm in. And in the meantime, Fast Fran has re-rallied, getting first run on No Chalk, who's inside of Behind the Couch. Wait, Don't Tell Me goes for a crease. Far outside Missing Fortune. Look at this race at the 8th pole. Missing Fortune and No Chalk. Wait, Don't Tell Me. Missing Fortune, No Chalk. Missing Fortune, No Chalk. Missing Fortune and No Chalk. Missing Fortune. Cabercoa with 3 on the card. What a horse race. No Chalk was second. Then Wait, Don't Tell Me. Behind the Couch, Dosage Mimosas, Fast Fran, Amazing Dottie, and Left-Leaning Lucy. That got a little insane at the 8th pole. Boy, they were stacked across the track. Fast Fran re-rally. Dosage of Mimosas up the rail. Missing Fortune with her wide charge. No Chalk. Wait, don't tell me. What a finish. Missing Fortune at 4-5 over No Chalk and Wait, don't tell me. 113 and 56 100ths the final time. Photo for 4th. One Dosage of Mimosas 4th at a big price for the Super. Missing Fortune, a 4-year-old Gray Arona filly by Mission Impossible out of the damn Daddy's Crazy Girl, owned by Ashley Lilly, winning trainer Dana Saul. 3 for Cabercoa. Winner was bred in New York by Richard Nicolai. And race 7 is official, 3-5-2-1. The 1-3 a double, $14.40. That is a Coa double. 3-5 exact at $12.80. 3-5-2 trifecta, $9.75. 10-cent super, 3-5-2-1, $21.35. The nightcap, one more race to go. 1 and 11 both scratch. Pretty Miss Keynes and the Fabulous Moolah. The nightcap in about 22 minutes at 3:43.
All right, the paddock for the last race on the day. This will be the last race of the racing week. Only 2 weeks left of the 2023 season. That's 6 racing days, Monday through Wednesday, the last 2 weeks of the year. 12:15 will be the first post for those last 6 races. We got 9 of them on Monday. Tuesday, we got a nice card of 8 races, including a really great race. I mentioned it earlier for the fillies and the mares. 'Cause You're Pretty, Take Charge Christian, Gone and Forgotten, all in that one. So a lot of action left in the 2023 season. Going back to the 7th, yeah, How Much the Best was that horse? Overcoming the rough trip. Missing Fortune gets the victory for Keeper Koa and Dana Saul, who's won a couple over the last couple days. All right, last race we scratched the 1, Pretty Miss Keens, and the 11, the Fabulous Moolah. And Mind a Goal handicap at 101. When you look at the condition of the race, kind of lands here as she's been running against tougher. She dropped to 5 last time, and now she catches a field of mostly 4 lifetime horses, because the majority of the horses left in here are in for the easier part of the condition. Only Throwing Stones is the other one in for the one other than. So she's basically facing 3-time winners, and she's a 7-time winner. Not only a 7-time winner, she's been facing the 11 and 9. She cuts back in distance after running against a sharp All Biz. This should be easier, but she's got to run her race on the turn back. She's a good price at odds of 5-1. The 7 is Thin Legs. You can make a strong case for her because she was facing allowance horses just earlier this summer. She dropped to 5, got the class relief, and got the victory against a pretty good field. She may not have the kind of pace she had that day with the 47, as it does look like there's some speed in here, but she certainly got the credentials. 1 for 1 when dropping to 5,000, 2 for 4 at the distance. The 9, In Traffic, if this pace does really back up, look for this one to be coming late. She's dropping to 5 for David Rivera, former jockey David Rivera, where we changed the mile distance because of David Rivera. Not her best distance, 5.5, as she's never hit the board, but it does look like she's going to have some pace to chase, and it is at the bottom level. Good horse to use underneath. She's at odds of 2-1, getting some play with the class drop. The 6, Riding on a Winner, another one to consider in here. She won for the price back in July, so only a couple starts since, but has had some bad racing luck. I mean, she broke poorly in her last race and was never quite in it. If you liked her at 2-1 back in August, maybe you can make a case for her today at odds of 12-1. That's a few of the contenders that I liked here in today's last race. We do scratch the 1, Pretty Miss Keens, and the 11, the Fabulous Moolah.
Eighth and final, the Wednesday nightcap. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of a race since April 1st, or non-winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers, sprinting at 5.5 furlongs, inside and outside, both scratch 1 and 11, Pretty Miss Keens and the Fabulous Moolah. The nightcap in a little more than 4 minutes. Here's the field, beginning with the 2, Miss Pab, Rafael Rohina Jr. Stablemate 3, Miss Circular Gal, Nazario Alvarado, Luis Gutierrez, conditioning the 2 and the 3. 4 is Throwing Stones, Jeremias Flores. 5 is Mind of Gold, Kevin Navarro looking for another winner. 6 riding on a winner, the other Paul Barrow trainee, Joel Cruz looking for 2, 4 and 6 conditioned by Paul. Next will be the 7, Thin Legs, looking for 2 in a row. Michael Davila Jr., Jim Aquilano looking for another score. Got there earlier with shared success. 8 is Crosstalk, Emmanuel Di Diego looking for 2. So 2 is Jackie Davis, jockey aboard number 9 in traffic. And the 10 is Bastet. Hemanarchy. 9 fillies and mares, the nightcap in a little more than 2 minutes. One more race to go on the Wednesday card. One more race in the work week. Just 6 days left here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. No chance for a pick 5 carryover. A little bit of a chance for a pick 6 carryover. 5 and 7, Mind of Gold and Thin Legs are the 2 gals that are covered. So that gives us 7 chances to get a carryover into the Monday card. That pick 6 carryover would be $3,237.35. 5 and 7, the 2 covered. The nightcap, another difficult handicapping assignment. From a pace standpoint, I wanted somebody from off the pace, anticipating Throwing Stones, who always goes, will go. Also anticipating Thin Legs, who always goes, will go. Crosstalk, who has speed. That gives us 3. I know the 4 is legitimately quick, as is the 7. Throw in Crosstalk. I'm hoping I get a good enough pace. Landed me on my top pick, 9 in traffic. Kind of got suckered in once again by my man, Carl Anderson, with this morning line of 15-1. Come on, Carl. Why do you keep doing this to me? Luring me in with a long shot hope, and I'm looking at the board. 5-2. Here is a gal that will do her best running in the final quarter of a mile. Should be noted the front bandages are on for this class drop. You know, she has some races earlier in the season that make her interesting here, especially the race 4 back. You know, all of her races this year have been for either 11 to the 9 or the starter. The race 4 back's the one that catches my attention because she makes up 5.5 lengths from the quarter pole to the wire, and it's not like they blazed a trail. They went 23-2 and 47-2. That's a huge run. Talked about it throughout this season and last year. You want horses closing into slow paces. And you want horses fading that were up there amongst the fast pace. That's where you can create some value in traffic. 5-2. Maybe she'll drift up. Maybe we'll get 3, 4, 5-1 by post time. Not sure. Pace flow could be in her favor. I think she could be rolling in the final quarter of a mile. We'll see. You know, she hasn't won in quite some time. You want to back sharp horses. She is definitely not a sharp horse, but that race 4 back's the one that caught my attention. They should go quick early, and she should finish strongly late. 6 riding on a winner. I find her a little interesting. She's a good number at 10-1. I know her last 2 have been really nothing to brag about, nothing to write home about. She had some races earlier this year that were pretty good. Now, they were against the non-winners of 2 and 3, a lifetime affair. So ever since she has stepped up in against winners more so than the lifetime conditions, she's been up against it a little bit. But I think she gets a good setup today. Her stablemate's going to set the good trip along with Thin Legs. I could see this one being in a good spot, and I like her spacing. You know, she was away for about 7 weeks, so she desperately needed that race on the 16th of October. She comes back here with about 3 weeks plus. Good spacing. Paul Barrow right there trying to win this trainer's title. He's got the speedy Throwing Stones, and then he's got this one at a good price. I'll give her a little bit of a look. She was a filly last year, a filly as a 4-year-old that had some upside, her 3- and 4-year-old campaign. She looked like she was going in the right direction before her form tallied off, and now she's been in for 5. I think she's playable in this spot at a decent number. 5, Mind of Gold makes a lot of sense. She's 3-1. She's probably going to be our post-time favorite, especially considering she was even money in a similar condition. Now, I know it was going a lot of ground over a sloppy racetrack, but look at her race back there when she finishes second to Take Charge Christie. Boy, that's a good one right there, fans. She's got some races that make her more than competitive against this group. She's won a ton of money. She's dropping in for 5. Makes a lot of sense. After that, I looked at the 4 Throwing Stones, who maybe is the speed of the speed. They're getting closer and closer to the starting gate for the nightcap. It's post time for the Wednesday nightcap. Number 9 in traffic. At 2-1, the 5. Mind of Gold 5-2, the 7. Thin Legs at 3-1. After that, some pretty good value. The 4 Throwing Stones for Roddy Valente and Paul Barrow is 5-1. Inside 4 are situated. Here's Riding on a Winner. 1 of 2 for Paul Barrow, 4 and 6. Lugu's got the 2 and the 3. Here's Jim Aquilano's Thin Legs. Jim's looking for a training double. Wayne Sparling's Crosstalk. David Rivera's In Traffic. And Bastet for trainer Linda Dixon, just about ready for the nightcap. And there they go. Throwing Stones and Thin Legs, and Mind of Gold wants to go, and Crosstalk is pushing from the outside. Miss Pab has asked for some speed. She's 5th, making a move for 3rd from the rail. Miss Circular Gal comes away running in 6th. In Traffic is 7th from her inside, is Riding on a Winner, and Bastet is the last of 9, and Throwing Stones is the first of 9, hounded by Mind of Gold. Thin Legs trying to win from off the pace inside of Crosstalk. 3 wide, Miss Pab from the rail. Bastet tries to inch a little closer. In Traffic from the far outside, trying to hit her best ride with a wide run. And following them, Riding on a Winner, and Miss Circular Gal. In the meantime, Throwing Stones, who was the speed of the speed, has kicked clear at the top of the lane. It's Throwing Stones, the one to come and catch. Bastet's putting in a charge. Mind of Gold fights for 2nd. Also there races Thin Legs. In Traffic, Raleigh never kicked it in. And Throwing Stones just find the fastest one in the nightcap, and you get the winner. Her name is Throwing Stones. 6 career score. Mind of Gold was 2nd, Bastet 3rd, checking in for Thin Legs for the Super. Sometimes you see a race that looks like it has a little more pace than you want, and it's usually the quickest of the quick who gets it done, and that was the case here. 4 Throwing Stones at 9-2 just ran them off their feet. 1 minute 6 and 93 100ths. Photo for the balance. Please hold all tickets. Second place 5, A Mind of Gold. Third place 10, A Bastet. Fourth place 7, Thin Legs. Throwing Stones in the Wednesday nightcap. Her 6th career victory from 19 starts. She's got 3 seconds and 7 thirds. She's a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Bustin' Stones out of the damn Prinsalada. Owned by Roddy Valente. Our leading trainer, Paul Barrow. Winning jockey Jeremiah Flores. Paul in a great battle with Chris Englehart for the top trainer in the 2023 season. Throwing Stones was bred in New York by her owner, the one and only Roddy Valente. And the nightcap is official. 4, 5, 10, 7. 3-4 late double $27.80. 4-5 exacta $40.40. 4-5 10 trifecta $80.37. 4-5 10 7 10 cents super $52.75. Late pick 3 1 3 4 $23.75. 4 with 1 4 9 with 3 with 4. Our late pick 4 $83.37. 4 7 8 with 4 with 1 4 9 with 3 with 4. The Wednesday pick 5 $110.62. Nobody with 6 in our pick 6. 5 out of 6 $33.75. We have a carryover into the Monday card $3,237.35. 2-day carryover into the Monday card, $3,237.35. All right, fans, that's it for our Wednesday card. We have that nice little carryover, $3,200 plus for the Monday action. You know, you can get some free Finger Lakes past performances on our website, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab and scroll on down to free digital program. Should be up no later than 6 o'clock. Plenty of time. Lots and lots of time to study up for that Monday pick 6. Just 6 days left here at Finger Lakes for the 2023 season. Simulcast wagering Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Back at it again Monday with a 12:15 first post. Sure hope you had a great day of racing. When leaving the track, please drive very carefully. This has been racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.